Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter would never leave Judah. The scepter would never leave Judah. The scepter would never leave.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We are located at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. Our class times are Monday and Wednesday, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. or to 9 p.m. Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And Shabbat morning class is right now from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. or till. If you know, God, for those of you that have been here, you know, kind of can drift into the wee hours. We also have another school out in Virginia, at 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. Their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Their Sabbath morning class is the same time as ours. And then we have another location out in San Antonio. They're at 4444 Walden Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, 78218. And their class times are the same as ours here in Houston, but they go live on Friday, and we don't. Also, we have other ways of getting this information. If you're not on the YouTube as much, or if you're on the road and you want to listen to something, or if you're at you have an office job, you're at your desk, you can listen to the Blog Talk Radio. That's blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. Very good shows. You can even go back and watch, listen to the old ones. Very, very, very good shows. Good teachers, good edification. We have other YouTube channels that we would like to ask you to like, share, and subscribe. We have, of course, the channel that you're on right now, the Virginia channel, which we're trying to get the subscriptions up. We're only a few away. I think we need about 20-some before we actually get to the mark that we're trying to get to so we can go live. So keep doing what you're doing out there, Israel. Help us get those subscriptions up so we can go live in BA. We also have the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Hidden Truth Bible Show, and the Israelite Media Corps. Real quick nuggets. You know, it's not a whole drawn-out class or like the Sabbath class, but it's something quick that you can share with somebody, spark someone's interest. Upcoming feasts, we have a Hanukkah coming up. Hanukkah starts December 8th through December 15th. So if you haven't already marked your calendars, get them marked. It's right around the corner. It's going to creep up on you. Israelware, you can go to isbhbk.com/fringed up and get the Fringed Up subscription. You can get a headband and a Fringed Up shirt for $75, or you can just do a Fringed shirt for $35, monthly subscription, and so the shirts will just keep coming in monthly. New shirt, different style, keep you looking fresh. And then here in Houston, we have the Hebrew Academy going on every Tuesday and Thursday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. So if you're in the Houston surrounding areas, please come by. Feel free to come by, get into the Hebrew Academy. If you want to get your precept game up, Hebrew Academy is a great place. If you want to learn how to break down scriptures, Hebrew Academy is the perfect place. Because what we've been going over, we learned how to break down the color of Christ. We learned how to break down we taught how to break down who Christ came for. We're going over baptism. So brothers are getting real fluent in the basic breakdowns so that you can actually not just be a student, but step your game up to be a teacher. And wherever you're at, you know, the scripture says that we're a nation of kings and priests. So we're the priests of our whole nation as Israelites. We're priests. So wherever we go, we're not like only Israelites part-time. So wherever we go, people are going to look at you, see your fringes and say, this guy should know something. So you're going to have to be able to deliver whatever information they might want to know. If you need to wake up the people or you need to show them their error, you know, you can do that. But you got to know how to break down scriptures properly. And that's what we teach brothers in the Hebrew Academy. Also, if you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047. Or you can reach Priest Batazab, it's on my far left, 303-557-8979. And please text only during class. And when you reach out to these brothers, understand that these are the men of the Most High. Show a level of respect when you reach out to them, whether it's a call or a text message. Say, you know, shalom, hey brother, you know, my name is so and so. If you haven't previously communicated with them, let them know who you are, and just rap them. Be respectful. Don't come off with like, hey, you said this, and start trying to blast them on their text messages or call them with some foolishness. So please be respectful when you're dealing with the men of the Most High. We have a business. It's called Sweet Ambiance, where we sell aromatherapeutic oils, body oils, fragrance oils, for men and women. Keep smelling good, not sometimes, but all the time. That's like my saying now. I need to get that tatted on my face. Anyways, support the business. You know, we'll keep you smelling good. And anything that you buy, it supports the school. So check us out, sweetambiance.com. If you want to give any alms or donations or priest offerings, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. The number should be there on the screen. Or you can Zelle it to us. We are in need of books, pens, papers, apocryphers, tables, desks, chairs, you know, dictionaries, a camp van, computers, surround sound system, you know, whatever that you think we can use to further the ministry, help out the ministry, whether we're going out on the streets. Hey, we need a good printer. We need a good industrial printer. So whatever you think you can give, you can donate to us that would help out the ministry, please do so. Or if you got to connect, we like connects too. Hook us up with your connect so we can get something on the low. But whatever you can do will be greatly appreciated. So that's it for the announcements. You know how we do. We start off with Sabbath ceremonies.
Con. Shalom, y'all. So let's rise. I imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim. Let's rise and face Jerusalem. Rise and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai. Hashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Kalanawa. Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. And the lighting of the candles represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures by Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahushai. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai. Hashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Kalanawa. Rayach. The water. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. And the frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalms 141 and verse 2 says, let my prayers be set before thee as incense.
Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai. Hashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Kalanawa. Shabbat. Shalom. Water. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Chapter 121. Anashad. Ayanim Yah. Ahorim. Na'ayah. Hawa'ah. Lamawat, Goya, Yala'a, Nawam, Jasha Wamor, Yasher Allah, Yahweh, Shamaria, Yahweh, Zaya, Al, Yad, Hashamash, Yala'a, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Walayala, Yahweh, Shamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamar, Pasya, Yahweh, Washamar, Malakya, Aya, Ma'idun, Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. By Shem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua.
Tawada.
Aman. Shemaya Sha'ala. Yahweh Elohei Noah. Yahweh Echad. Shemaya Sha'ala. Yahweh Elohei Noah. Yahweh Echad. Shemaya Sha'ala. Yahweh Elohei Noah. Yahweh Echad.
And next here, Israel. Yahweh, our power. Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shemayim, Quadash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Balak Taba'ah, Tazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Hawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Lanoah, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Asalak Noah, Chawabat Noah, Chasalak Noah, Chawabat Yinawa, Bala'ah, Abayanoah, Bonasaya 1, Abo, Shai Noah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Malakwa, Wa'ala, Wataparad, I will love him. Aman.
The Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Ha, Aisharab,
Latazawa. The Ten Commandments.
La'ab, Yahaya, Lakad, Alahayim, Achorim, Alpanyah.
Thou shalt know the gods before me.
La'ab, Ba'ishab, Lakab, the Saul, Wala'ab, Ba'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ab, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawad.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakor, Bayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka, Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ab,
Laratazak. Thou shalt not murder.
La'ab, Dana'ab.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ab, Daganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ab, Da'inab,
Shakor. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ab, La'kamad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'ika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. By Shem Yahushua. Tawada. Aman. Yeshabium, which means to be seated.
Just put that right there on that table. Y'all good with it right here on this table? What's that? There's incense. Just put it outside. whatever questions you have, we'll get to them after the reading. All right, we do the reading, then we answer your questions. So we'll do the reading and then we'll get to your questions.
All right, let's salute up the first reader so we can get the Sabbath reading started. Nicodemus.
Nicodemus, Sabbath Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Nicodemus, Sabbath Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Imani, Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua Rakatah.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua Rakatah. Yes, sir.
Got that one right there.
Yes, sir. You got it. My man.
Genesis chapter
22.
I'm always ready.
Genesis chapter 23, verse 1. And Sarah was 120 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. Verse 2. And Sarah died in Kirjah, Auburn. Kirjah, Auburn. That's it, right? Oh, Kirjah, Auburn. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Verse 3. And Abraham stood up from before his dead and spoke unto the son of Heth, saying, verse 4, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burial place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. Verse 5. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my Lord, thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchre, bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee the sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead.
Con. How old was Sarah when she passed?
127.
She was 127 years old when she passed. Sarah died at the age of 127. So you can see how Abraham dealt with the nations. She died in Kirjath Arba, right? Which is the same as Hebron. But when she passed, look at how Abraham dealt. You can see how Abraham dealt with the strangers. So when Abraham asked for a burying place for his wife, the stranger was like, man, you're like a prince. You're like a prince among us. Not just like a common person strolling through the land. They were like, you're like a prince. Anywhere you want to bury, you got it. So, it's just a reminder of how Abraham dealt with the nations. That's the same way we're supposed to deal with the nations. Not because we know we're Israelites and we know how they conspired against us. That don't mean that you just treat the nations and the Gentiles like they're nothing. A lot of us like to do that and think like that. Where it's like, you're an Israelite, so you're around a white folk at your job, or you're around an Edomite at your job, or you're around you know, an Asian or an Arab, and then you automatically just switch up from being how you used to be. Nah, you still supposed to treat them with respect. Even if they don't treat you with respect, still you're supposed to treat them with respect. You don't got to come off as a brute beast, because the scripture tells you, make ye friends of the unrighteous man. And you can see Abraham was the man. Abraham was the one that got the promise for us. He's the one that got that for us. And look at how he dealt. So why would you want to deal the opposite way? So, yeah, again, just because you know you're an Israelite, that don't mean that you got to treat the nations like they're garbage. We know they're garbage. Like Abraham knew they were garbage. But that don't mean that you treat them like they're garbage, because they can still be beneficial to you. Imagine if Abraham would have treated these people like they were garbage, like they were trash. And when Sarah died, he would have been like, can I get a burying place for my wife? They would have been like, hell nah. We don't want you around. Leave. Bye. And it's the same thing. You can treat the nations that's around you like they're trash, your neighbors, or the people that you work with like they're trash, just because they're a nation. And when you need some help, guess what? They gonna treat you the same way you treated them. You know? And if they see somebody breaking into your house, they ain't gonna say nothing. They see you with a flat tire, or they see you by yourself pushing your car, most I ain't gonna let them have that spirit to get out and help you. So just something to think about.
Go to Luke 16:9. And what he's saying is on point. What he's saying is on point, and you know, unfortunately, a lot of Israelites get it wrong. You get it wrong when it comes to dealing with nations. Abraham never dealt. Excuse me. Abraham never dealt the way that some of us deal. He never dealt with the nations. When you read on, it tells you that he bowed to these nations. Now let me ask y'all this: who are the sons of Heth? Do y'all know? Who are the sons of Heth? Where they come from? What land were we in?
Canaan.
Right. They come from Canaan.
The Hittites.
No, well, Heth is the progenitor. They would be the progenitor of their own nation, but they come from Ham through Canaan. So when you roll up on him, he wasn't on that old, you dirty Hamite, you filthy African. He was on respect. He dealt with them out of respect. Why? They had something that he wanted, but they recognized him also for who he was. And I get it. The nations don't give us no type of respect. They don't give us any type of credence. But what does that matter? What's that?
That's what separates us from them too.
Yeah.
The spirit that we have.
The spirit that we roll in, yeah.
Right.
We're supposed to always roll. Scripture said, if at all possible, be at peace with all men.
Yeah.
So we're also supposed to roll in a spirit of wisdom and peace, and not trying to incite riot because of nationality or skin color. Read that.
Luke chapter 16, verse 9.
Right?
And I say unto you,
Uh-huh.
make to yourselves friends of the mammon of
Now
unrighteousness.
this is Yahweh Shai. This is your Jesus that kills and hates. But he said, make friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. Go ahead.
That when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitations.
And when you understand what was going on here, Abraham bought this plot of land in the land of Canaan. He was able to bury Sarah. And he was able to get buried. And a few other descendants were able to get buried in this cave, or this little plot of land. Huh? The cave of Machpelah. Yeah. Right? So it said they'll receive you into everlasting habitations. Now, yeah, we knew the Canaanites, they didn't have it all together. We weren't supposed to deal with them as far as marrying them and things like that. But Abraham was already setting things up for the future, where we were supposed to go in and take that land anyway. So he could have went in like, yo, this is my land. Y'all niggas get out. Y'all filthy. But he dealt with respect. As we read on, it's going to tell you, he bowed to them. He called them Lord. They called him Lord. They came up with an agreement. He paid money. He got the land, and he went about his way. Read that one more time, and then go ahead. Get that one more time. Read it again.
Luke chapter 16, verse 9. And I say unto you, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness,
Right.
that when ye fail, that they may receive you into everlasting habitations.
Right. Go to 1 Corinthians 7 and 31.
First Corinthians chapter 7, verse 21.
Right.
Art thou called being a servant?
1 Corinthians 7 and 31.
Verse 31. And they that use this world,
Say that what?
use this
Go
world
ahead.
as not abusing
He
it.
said, use the world, but not abusing it. See, Abraham knew that, and they said it, right? Didn't he say that they were sojourners and pilgrims? Mm-hmm. He even went to them and said, listen, I'm a stranger in your land, but give me something to inherit real quick. Let me hold something.
Yep.
Right? He came to them peacefully. Now, could he have went to war?
God,
Could he have won?
God.
Hell yeah. Especially at this time. Abraham increased greatly at this time. He had sons. He had more servants. He had more gold. He had more camels. He had more silver. He increased greatly. So he definitely could have went to war and wiped out the sons of Heth. But what would be the point of starting off on the wrong foot or jumping to conclusions or doing something outside of the Most High's will? It wasn't his time to go up and snatch up that land. You see that? So he, huh?
No, I was just
Yeah,
saying, good point.
it wasn't our time. He knew the land was going to be his, but it just wasn't our time to go about it that way.
Yes, sir.
So, we really got to reevaluate the way we just deal with people.
Yes, sir.
The way we deal with people. Y'all got to learn how to deal with people. And, the way I look at it, I'm going to give y'all a quick little. The way you deal with one person, it doesn't matter who it is, it'll translate over to the next person, no matter who it is. So if you deal in the spirit of anger, if you're accustomed to dealing with anger or hatred, what's going to happen is, or I should ask, what will differentiate one person from another? Well, truthfully, nothing. Nothing, because the spirit is a spirit. And that spirit will start rolling if you live in that spirit, if you nurture hate, anger, if you nurture, what's the word? I'm looking for a word. Can't find the word right now. But if you nurture these things that we're accustomed to rolling, and Abraham didn't roll in these certain things. Contention, strife. What's going to stop you from doing? Because it's like, well, I'm gonna strive with the Hamites, but I'm gonna be peaceful with my people. That ain't gonna happen. You'll be peaceful with your people for a moment, right? But if that spirit is in you, if that's what is in your spirit, you'll nurture that spirit towards anyone. It doesn't matter if it's your people or not.
That's true.
If you're used to rolling a certain way, that's how you're gonna be towards all men after a while. Doesn't matter who it is. Then you start having the contention with your family, start having it with your rib, your kids. One of the things I had to learn early, a real hard lesson, was dealing with my family way back 20 years ago, when I used to just have no balance in dealing with them. And everything was just like a straight up, y'all are wicked, y'all are off, y'all are heathens, y'all you know what I'm saying? Y'all are celebrating holidays, don't talk to me. And as I grew up, I had to learn that that's not the way to deal with it. And 20 years later, I could sit around with my family. I had a Zoom call with my family the other day. It's funny because I got a cousin in Japan, somebody from Canada, people from Cali, Florida, me in Houston, Colorado, Jamaica. And I'm sitting around, it was like 30 of us on this Zoom call. And, you know, you catch up with everybody, you do all that, what you into. But, and, you know, the majority of them know what I'm into. They know what I'm doing. And 20 years ago, this wouldn't have happened. Like, let me ask you questions. Let me find out more about the scriptures. But they were literally sitting there asking me, why is this happening? What about this? What about this? And
You had a class.
I basically had a damn Zoom class. Yeah, with my family. It was beautiful. But I go back, and you know, I even had to apologize to them for the way I dealt with them way back. I never really settled that matter. The way I dealt with some of them, way 20 years ago. You know, we brushed it under the rug and we just moved on. But, you know, I had to let them know where I was coming from while still admitting being wrong, but then being able to show them, like, you know, Yahushua dealt almost the same way, but he had balance. Who are my mother and who are my brethren? Those that labor amongst me. So it's a beautiful thing 20 years from now to be able to sit back and say, well, at any time a family member feels comfortable enough to call me and say, hey, what about this scripture? Or why is this happening? Or I respect your knowledge and the way you deal through the scriptures enough to even reach out. A lot of y'all, and I'm going to say y'all, because I was there, a lot of y'all don't have that. You know why? Because you're unbalanced. Because the way you treat outside people, outside of the nation, you end up treating people in the nation the same damn way. And then you wonder why your family ain't rocking with you. You wonder why your family ain't trying to hear you. Well, because you're forcing. Because you trying to rule with an iron fist and come down on them, right? And make them get into the truth where, you got to be the example. They watch. They listen. I'm going to get to you. I see you. But we have to be the example, just like Abraham, of how to roll amongst people. When I go out, I ain't gonna lie, man. When I go out and I'm dealing with people, I'm definitely judging all, you know, I'm like, oh, that's this nation. I'm doing that. But that doesn't determine how I'm gonna deal with people. Like, oh, it's an Edomite, so I gotta be combative with him. Or I gotta act like I could one him up. For what? I already got him. I'm already better. I got the Bible. I got the wisdom. I got the knowledge. I know who I am. I know who I am. That's all that matters. Right? And push come to shove, if it became a match of wits, I still got him. Because I got the wisdom. To know that I don't got to match wits with a dog. Right? I don't got to match wits with someone lower than me. You see that? I don't have to go back and forth. And the scriptures say, right? Answer not a man according to his folly. Right? I don't got to deal with certain people because they're egging me or pulling me into their little, what do you call it? Pissing contests. But a lot of y'all get into these pissing contests even with your own family. You don't know when to shut up. You don't know when to just listen. I sat on that Zoom call. Let me tell you how long the Zoom call lasted. The Zoom call lasted 5 hours. And it lasted that long because we you know, it started off with like, it was random. It was random Zoom call. They sent my cousin sent the Zoom link out, I hopped on, and we start rapping. And then another cousin hops on, then the aunt hops on, then the uncle hops on, and this person hops on, and then next thing you know, it's like 30, 40 people on this Zoom call. And I'm sitting back just listening to everybody just talk, and they're talking about this and the family and this and this and this. And then when they want to start talking about biblical stuff, what they all pause and what do you got to say about it? And I'm like, okay, so y'all trying to hear? Y'all sure? Are y'all sure that y'all trying to hear this? Okay, and then we go through it, you know. So 20 years later, I'm able to understand the importance of balance and the importance of forcing not the course of the river and the importance of dealing with people, man, just being cordial, being at peace with all men, being just peaceable in yourself. Not rolling around with the anger, with the hate, not rolling around with the pride. Knowledge puffeth up. Because we got the Bible, we think we're better, but we already are better. Right? We don't have to now jab the stake into a person's brain. All you got to do is just be the good example. So, what you got to say?
I kind of see myself still dealing like that when people they don't get it like I get it.
Right?
And I'll be trying to force feed them and stuff, just like when everybody was celebrating Biden.
Right.
And they wouldn't even let me say nothing. I was trying to tell them, you just voted for another devil, but they didn't want to hear what I had to say, so, and I kind of went off on them, over nothing. Since I started hanging around the brothers,
right?
I kind of got a little humble.
Real quick. What's up?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, real quick, just on that, we can get this scripture. Go to Romans chapter 2, verse 24, because that's not just you. We all deal with that because we still all have. It's Romans 2:24. We all deal with that because we all still have ties to the world. We all still got family members. We all still got friends. That we do have to deal with, co-workers, that we do have to deal with that don't have the truth, that's caught up in the world. So when Joe Biden becomes president, you already know, or Trump missed out on the presidency, you already know their mind is not on where our mind and our thinking is at. But read this.
Romans chapter 2, verse 24.
Go ahead.
For the name of the Most High is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written.
Remember, we blaspheme the Most High's name through the way we deal. You know what I mean? A lot of times when you see the family members and the friends, they're caught up in whatever the world got going on, and you trying to show them like, oh, that's wrong. The scripture says after the first and the second admonition, they're heretics. Right. That's what the scripture says. So after the first or the second time of you trying to force your way and let them know, they're not trying to hear it, then they're just not trying to hear it. There's a good saying that says, who can't hear it, they must feel. So all these folks, man, they just got to feel it. They got to feel it. And then when they look at you, they sit back and look at you, and they see you're not feeling it. All you got to do is, I told you so. And then when that happens more and more, then what ends up happening is they start, whenever you open your mouth, they start to, okay, what do you got to say? But one thing that we have to remember is our actions speak louder than words, man. Our people, the Jews require a sign. These nations, they require wisdom. You know what I'm saying? They want to see the knowledge. They want to see the proof and the evidence. But our people, you can show them all the proof and all the evidence. They don't want to see it. They got to see a sign. They got to see you change. They got to see you make a difference. So when you say, this ain't it, if they still want to go how they want to go, then just back up. Just let them do what they want to do. That's the balance of it. You can't force the course of the river. So you just let them walk down that path, man. God let them walk down that path.
Where you at?
I went to Romans 2:24. The name of the Most High is blasphemed among us through the Gentiles. So, whenever we deal with our family members, that's what we got to remember. Our families, our friends, people in the world, they got to see a change in you for them to believe anything that's coming out of your mouth. And that's the best way that I can put it. You can't tell them nothing. They're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. They got to see consistency in you, and they got to see a change in you for them to believe anything that you're saying. So, like Quasiza was saying, it took him 20 years. It took him 20 years, but when he gets on the phone, he's consistent. They see the change in him. They see the results. So when he speaks, they're going to listen for 5 hours. We can't even get our people to listen for 5 seconds. But when you built up that track record, then you can actually sit down and have people listen to you for 5 hours. I can say I'm getting there too, slowly but surely. When certain things come up in my family, they call me. Hey, what do you think on this? Hey, can you talk to your cousins? Can you talk to your younger siblings? Can you talk to them? Can you talk to that? Why? Because they've seen a change of me, and they've seen the track record in me, and I've been consistent in what I believe and what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. But it all stems from how you deal. We got to remember, we got to deal better. That's one thing that's being put back into us. Yes, you learn you're an Israelite. You pick your tribe, whatever tribe you're from. You learned it. Cool. What's next? Your dealings have to change, and that's what we're working on. And that's like people that don't like to be in camps and don't like to be around. That's what they miss, is that learning how to deal the right way, learning how to forbade one another, learning how to be balanced and how to come, hearing different experiences of how people handle different situations, where you don't make the same mistake, where you can make a better mistake. I mean, where you can make a better choice, I should say. So
Can I get one more and then we can move on?
go
ahead.
I had to get to.
Go ahead.
It was going back to the reading though.
Let me just hit this one.
Yeah, you got it.
Read 1 Timothy 2 and verse 1.
First Timothy chapter 2 and verse 1.
Go ahead.
I exhort therefore
Right.
that first of all
Right.
supplications,
Read.
prayers,
Read.
intercessions,
Come on.
and giving of thanks be made for all men.
Some people,
All
a
men.
little bit of people.
All men.
See, Abraham, it said he first prayed for the Sodomites. So, what are y'all praying for? Now, am I saying to go out here and ask the Most High to deliver the white man? No. But I am saying, hey, pray for that white devil that he stops being the devil. That he stops killing our people. That he wakes up to see the truth. That he hands back the pledge. Go ahead.
For kings and for all that are in authority,
Come on.
that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life.
Wait, why do we do it?
To lead a quiet and peaceable life.
Go ahead.
And all godliness
Uh-huh.
and honesty.
Right?
For this is good and acceptable in the sight of our power, our Savior.
Right. See, if you want to get your people saved, this is what you got to do. Read on.
Who will have all men to be saved.
Wait, who's going to have them to be saved?
Who will have all men to be saved.
Hey, you can't save them, but it's the Most High that can. You got to do your part, which is be a good example. Pray. Walk it like you talk it. Be ready, be apt to teach. 'Cause what's the point of like trying to force somebody to do something and you can't really sit them down and teach them? And bring them through the scriptures and bring them through their mind and break down what they're thinking with the Bible and show them, oh, you're thinking right or you're thinking wrong. What's the point? The scriptures say, avenge all disobedience once your obedience is fulfilled. A lot of us have not even begin to make the step towards crushing your own disobedience. But you want other men to fall in. You want your family to fall in line. It doesn't work like that. Go ahead.
And to come unto the knowledge of the truth.
Right. It's the Most High. It's the Most High in Christ that's going to make your family come to the knowledge of the truth. Not you. But what are you doing? What is your part? Because imagine this. I'll give you this scenario. What happens when you sit there and you preach all that Bible stuff, right? Oh, get in line, the law, no pork, yada, 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 yada. And you've been rocking for 15 years, right? And on the 20th year, you get weak and fall out, and that's when your mom, that's when pops, that's when little bro decides, let me pick up my Bible and be an Israelite. Where the hell you gonna be at? You gonna be the castaway? You gonna be the casualty? That's always what I think about. Like, man, what if one of my family members decided that, man, let me get into this Israelite thing. I would want them to be able to come to me to be able to give them the knowledge. Why would they have to go to a whole different source? But if I'm not around, then I have to toss them to somebody else. It's sad. But all that fighting, all that bickering, all that back and forth you did for all that time, just for them to get in and for you to fall out, it's about you doing your first thing, which is being rooted, believing, being faithful, being consistent. They look at your example. Hebrews 12:1 tells us the great cloud of witness. Right? He said, drop all your sins, the great cloud of witness that is around, that's watching. He said, drop all the weights and the sins that so easily beset us. They're looking for your example. You know, they're looking for your wisdom. I'm telling you, I sat on that Zoom call with them and I was taking them through the scriptures. They were some of them were mind blown. They were like, what the hell are you doing? They were like, we didn't know you know the scriptures like this. I was like, yeah.
They ain't never seen anybody that knew the scriptures
They were
like that.
listen, they were asking questions and I was like, oh, you talking about this scripture? They were like, yeah. And I'm like, oh yeah, let's get the Bible, let's go, boom, boom, boom. This is why this is happening. Let's go to 2nd Esdras. You know, and some of my family is funny. They know about certain things.
Yeah.
You know, they got the Apocrypha and they know, you know, they agree church done messed them up, but they go to church still. They know I shouldn't be eating pork, but they still do it. You see what I'm saying? They got such a deep Christian mind. And especially some of my younger cousins that are like my age. You know, I used to go to church with them. They used to drag me to church. Now I'm putting them in church. You see what I'm saying? But if I was a brute beast, one-sided, just a sharp sword all the time, I would never be able to they wouldn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like,
yeah.
Like, what if your family member learns about the truth and they're like, I don't even want to go to this dude to talk to him about it. And they know that that's what you're in, but because of how you deal, they learn and they're like, man, I'd rather not even talk to him.
You know,
just off of how they deal.
I was always always the black sheep in the family. And when I say black sheep, I was just the wild dude, loud. You know, I was that guy. But I got other people that are taking on that role, and I'm the one that's falling back and just listening, right? Listening, observing, watching. And then when I speak, it's like, oh, okay, you got something. I'm telling you, they couldn't believe it, man. It's crazy. It's wild, you know, but we got to see the importance of how we deal with people. That's what it boils down to. How am I dealing with people as a whole? Well, 1 Timothy 2 tells you. He comes back and tells you, be at peace with all men. A man that has friends must show himself friendly. Like too many of us we roll around too angry and too shut off and too disconnected. You ain't friendly. How the hell you gonna reach anybody if you can't become all things to all men? There's a time and place for all things. But if you're in the mind of, screw you, I'm not rocking with you because you're not doing exactly how I'm telling you to do something, you messed up already. One man plant, one man water, the Most High give the increase. I mean, don't it say that? What's that?
And I was going to say, at the end of the day, it's about us showing how the Most High is, like how the Word transforms us. So ultimately, it's about us leading them to the Most High through the Word transforming us in our actions. It opens up the door for them to actually really want to get to know the Most High.
Yeah.
Because He's the Savior, and He's the one that's going to get them out of wherever they are in their mire into salvation.
I mean, you know it's cold when they asking you, what's my purpose? When they sit there asking you, man, like, what's my purpose? What should I be doing? I'm like, you really want to know? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, listen, 15, 20 years ago, I wouldn't have got those questions because 15, 20 years ago, I was a brute with the Word. I was a young firecracker. I knew scriptures. I had an excellent memory when it came to going to the Bible. You know, when you talk about walking concordances, brothers were like walking concordances back then because we didn't have Google. We couldn't search anything. We didn't have Bible apps back then, so everything was straight in the book. We had to know it just like this. We were sharp, way, way sharper. All of us, Kazakia, all the brothers were just like this. We got dull but we're still sharp. Just in a different way.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But imagine having all those scriptures at the ready and then seeing something and just attacking everything you saw. You turn people off. You offend people. What's that?
We used to wear our military uniforms. If you go into a foreign country, you're perceived as an aggressor.
Or as a threat. Or as a threat.
As a threat.
Mhm.
Okay. And so the people of that country may know politeness, they may know tactfulness, they may know how to deal with people, but you automatically walk in as an American and think you're going to teach them what they need to know or what they already know. And so sometimes I used to think that's how we sometimes come off, we're dressed a certain way that we dress, and we can be perceived as an aggressor. And we were taught that even if you're a prisoner of war, okay, you just give your name, rank, and serial number. You don't have to be aggressive. Just give them that
Information.
and then you just listen for what they got to share. Okay. But if you're aggressive right away, you can't hear what they're plotting or anything. So we have to take a different tack sometimes in how we deal with it.
Yeah, different approaches. The scriptures say become all things to all men. Sometimes you just gotta, you know what I'm learning? Sometimes you just gotta listen. Sometimes there's not a response that's needed. Everything don't need us to correct it right away. Things will be corrected in time, but sometimes you just gotta let a person shoot their shot, and you just, okay, cool.
You gotta let them shoot, because so sometimes it's like Shaq shooting a 3-pointer. You don't have to block it.
It'll never go in. You just watch it miss. But it's real. Sometimes, I mean, we got our tact, the way we deal with things. Gotta, I know how I can be. I know I can be very aggressive, right? And I try to fall back on things a little bit to not be aggressive, because it's good to be aggressive, but not all the time. It's about balance. Bringing it back to this Genesis. I mean, what are we trying to accomplish? Are we trying to incite more riot, and are we trying to accomplish a bad name amongst Israelites? Well, that's already happening. If everyone takes a step back and recalibrates how they deal with the next person, you know what I'm saying? The name that we make and give ourselves, it'd be a lot different. That contention, that back and forth, that arguing spirit that a lot of Israelites be on, like I want to debate every damn thing, man, that's for the birds, man.
Debate everything, catch you slipping.
Yeah.
One thing too, man. Remember in 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2, when it talks about being a bishop, right? The first thing that it names is being blameless.
Yep.
Now, we have to understand why being blameless is so important. It's like the world shows you why. When you mess up your credit, how long does it take that thing to fall off your credit?
7 years.
7 years. And it doesn't really even fall off, right? But it's funny how that is in our lives. We have credit too. Yep. Just like we have bad credit in the world, the Israelites got bad credit. It's the same way we got bad credit with people.
Yep.
So we have to understand that it don't matter what we do, it's going to take time for that bad credit to fall off. It's going to take time. So, but you can't be piling on more bad credit while you're waiting for this other credit to clear off, while you're waiting for this other credit to clear out the person's mind. You can't be piling on more. You gotta be trying to at least fix it and be in a good forward moving motion. That way, when this stuff starts to fall off, it just propels you even more, because now all the other good actions and the good choices, that's at least starting to balance out your bad credit. And then when the bad credit does get forgotten, it's like you just get shot up.
Listen, I'm gonna say this, and then we can move on. The Most High, by the grace of the Most High.
Yeah.
He enabled all the bridges that I've burned. I burned a lot of bridges. I burned a lot of bridges early, and for the most part, the Most High, through wisdom and just through His grace, He has enabled me to repair all those bridges. All them family members that I just just went into. I used to go into their ass, man. I used to go hard.
Oh, that was the only one.
Nah, I used to go hard on them, and then I would just cut them off, and they wouldn't hear from me. And when I pop up, I'm judging and going in, and then they stopped dealing with me for a long time, and then through time and me just relaxing a little bit, he enabled that door to be reopened now, where again they're able to sit down and understand things in the Bible. They asking me about Book of Enoch. They asking me about the Apocrypha. They asking me, what about the angels had sex with the man in Genesis? I'm like, oh, Genesis 6? Nah, let's go through that real quick. Sons of God, sons of men, sons of wicked. Oh, so that wasn't angels? No, that wasn't angels. They're able to now get some understanding of, think about it. The same BS that y'all see on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and Twitter about Book of Enoch, Book of Jubilees, and all these bad doctrines, you can decipher it because why? You got the knowledge to decipher it. But what about your family?
Right.
You want your family to come into the truth and be rocking the Book of Enoch? You want your family to come into the truth and fall into the wrong camp? Is that what you want? To be around the wrong set of brothers? Be around those Israelites that only care about fringes and beards and tossing women around? You want one of your female family members to be one of those women that fall victim to a nigga with a beard, that he hits it and then he's like, oh, by the way, we're married. Look, read that. That's what y'all want? I don't want that. I don't want that. So I'm looking at it like I got to be the one to be able to give that wisdom to my family and that balance.
That's true.
I don't want them to fall in the hands of nobody outside these walls, because look at what's going on out there just in Israel that knows the truth.
That's true.
I don't want them to fall into the Book of Enoch believers. I don't want them to fall into the ones that's talking about anal sex. I don't want them to fall into the ones that's talking about you can't do multiple ribs. I don't want them to fall into that, because it's not right. So we got to do our best to position ourselves to be the ones to deal with our families. Also, they are important. They can be saved too.
That's true.
They can be saved too. Like, what the hell? What do we think? What do we think? You know how much family I got? I got a huge family. It's huge. They're in damn near all continents. I got family in almost all continents, man. Probably except for Australia and Antarctica. I got people in Panama. I got people in the U.S. I got people in Canada, Europe. I got a cousin in Japan. I mean, I got people everywhere. So, isn't it in our best interest to be that example so we can teach them?
I got a scripture that goes exactly with everything you're saying.
Go ahead.
It's Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 14. Follow peace with all men.
Right.
And holiness.
Right.
Without which no man shall see the Lord.
You see that? Without which no man shall see the Lord. Holiness. Holiness. Now, there's a time and place for all things, but the whole point is to be, how do I stay holy, set apart, sanctified? How am I looked at as different? Well, the only thing that's going to do that is our wisdom. So this wisdom, this is the wisdom in the sight of the nations, but also in the sight of your family that don't know the wisdom, the side of your ex-friends that don't know the wisdom, your mama and your daddy that don't know the wisdom. I mean, who in here don't want their mama to be in the truth and be saved and walk next to them or their pops? I would love for my pops to learn the Bible the right way. I would love it. I mean, he's still here. He got a chance. He's 70 years old and stubborn, but he got a chance. My mom, she's 65 years old and stubborn, but she got a chance, right? But I got to continue to be who I am according to the Most High, because they come to me for stuff now. They treat me like the parent. They treating him like the parent. They coming to him for the advice. We putting them in check when it comes to certain things. You know, so it's in our best interest, man, to look at these examples of Abraham and get out of your mind, you know, yes, the Most High does deal with the nations. If you read the Apocrypha like we've been reading it, and you're dealing with Nebuchadnezzar and Artaxerxes and Darius, he used them to rebuild our temple.
God, I got a scripture on that too.
But we got a lot of scriptures. Go ahead.
I got two.
I mean, the thing is, I know we're harping real hard on this, but we're trying to show y'all the reason why there is so much inner turmoil within you. I don't have turmoil in me when it comes to my family. You know why? Because I have a clear-cut understanding of who is my mother, who is my brethren, those that labor amongst me. I have a clear-cut understanding of who these men are and who y'all sisters are to me. But then I understand who my mom, my birth mother, my father, right? My aunts, my uncles, the people that raised me in the flesh, my cousins. I have an understanding of who they are too. They ain't my enemy. They're not my enemy. They're not, your family is not your enemy in that. It does say that those of your household will be your foe, right? And it's funny because me and Taha One were talking about this the other day. That doesn't mean that they're your straight up enemy, like they're out for your hurt.
Right.
They're your foe because you guys are at different thought processes. There's a thought process, you're at one end of the pendulum and they're at another. But remember when you were here with them, you forgot that you used to eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. You used to be a whoremonger, right? You used to pop from man to man, like all of a sudden now, you get over righteous. But you forgot you used to do Christmas right along with them. You forgot, you sat around, you brought a dish to Thanksgiving. How quickly we forget that you were once in the same mind as them, and in some things you're still in the same mind as them. You still battle with certain concepts in the Bible where you're no different from the family that ain't got the full understanding. You're still transitioning to this point. So it's in our best interest to be a little bit more compassionate, be a little bit more understanding, and be used for what you have to offer. The bit that you have to offer, be able to be ready to give that. And it might help them to transition over to this side right along with you. But don't forget, you were here. You were here with them. You celebrated all the holidays. You was doing all the weird stuff that they was doing. Now that you know better, yes, you move over. But the thought is, I'm doing it for an example to be able to bring them. And if they don't come, fine. Who are my mother? Who are my brethren? Those that labor amongst me. I don't have to battle with that. A lot of us battle with that. I don't battle with that. I don't, like, inside my spirit, like, oh my God, what am I going to do if mama ain't saved? I'm like, hey, she got me. I'm here. If you don't want to use it, then that's on you. But I'm going to have to deal with the brothers that want it, the sisters that want it. You see that? I got my alliances, my allegiance is for the ones that are laboring with me. Now, if you want to come along, hey, come on, we'll show you. You see that? But I'm not going to beat myself up and have this inner fighting and what do I do? And all of a sudden my family is putting me on the spot and I didn't show up for Christmas dinner and I'm going to be looked at as a certain way. They already know don't invite me. They already know that. They already know don't tell me happy birthday. My birthday's coming up in a few days. They asked, they were like, ain't your birthday coming up? I'm like, yeah. They were like, oh, okay. They didn't do the whole happy birthday. They didn't do that because they know I don't do birthdays. They know I don't mess with none of that. I've made it clear where I stand. And that if they want to be lined up with me, they got to step into my realm, in my arena. A lot of us don't know how to get to that point because you're still battling with, do I make the full commitment? Do I fully step out of this box to here? Or do I still want to rub elbows with the ones over here? Where were you going to go to?
I was going to go to, somebody give me Psalms chapter 106, verse 46. Psalms chapter 106 and verse 46. And this is going to be just back on the reading of what we were reading in Genesis, on how Abraham dealt with the strangers, and the strangers showed favor to him when Sarah passed, right? And they gave Abraham a burying place for Sarah. Read on.
It was verse
46, 106 and 46.
Psalm chapter 106, verse 46.
Go ahead. He
made them also to be pitied of all those that carried them captives.
Con. So y'all got to see the scriptures. The scripture says the Most High is going to make us to be pitied by our captors. The same people that got us into slavery, the same people that were in servitude. Right now, the Most High will make us be pitied in their eyes. But how does that happen if you're not dealing the right way with them? We can be pitied. I don't want nobody to pity me. Y'all shouldn't want nobody to pity y'all either. But why not let a nation pity you? Like, hey, man, I know we did y'all wrong, man. You get that one Edomite that comes up to you
and confesses his whole slavery, like
yeah, man,
like pours his heart out for slavery.
Listen, man, I can't believe we did that to y'all, man. It sucks. Here, let me buy you a Kaepernick jersey signed.
Yeah,
Shadak got that.
I'm gonna take that and put that right on eBay.
God, make some dough. Why not? Why not let an Edomite come up to you, man?
Let me buy you a lunch.
I know this is your land and we stole it from y'all and we still killing y'all at the borders. Here's a house. Come on.
It can happen.
Here's a car. Remember, they're the ones that's living in their blessings. They're blessed. We're in our cursed state trying to reverse it. So hell yeah, pity me. You're the only, y'all need to pity me. What do y'all have for me? What y'all got?
What was that? Psalms what?
It's Psalms 106 and verse 46.
And it goes right with the first scripture.
Make you friends.
Yeah, he said they receive you into everlasting habitations.
God.
Right?
Yeah, man, make them. Remember, man, Esau got guns. If stuff was to go down, you want an Edomite to be able to, hey, just take this with you, man. You're a good man. I like your family. I see how it's all good. Just take that with you. Here's some bullets too. You know what I mean? You want that, or you want them to be the one. You want the Most High to make them where you're in a neighborhood with them or something, and they're the ones that's blessed with the sword, and they're like, man, we're protecting everything in here, even them. And you're like, okay, I just kick back. So you got to make you friends, man. The Most High will make. And you see this even when you read throughout the scriptures. The same thing happened with Daniel and the three holy children, where they were pitied and taken care of by their captors.
Babylonians. Yep.
Joseph, when Joseph was in slavery, the same thing happened with Joseph.
Yep. And Joseph wasn't running around talking about, you dirty ass Egyptians, free me, you filthy Ishmaelites, what the hell are y'all doing?
God.
He had to understand his situation, use wisdom, use knowledge, and that's what lifted him up above anything. Wasn't name bashing and name calling and I'm better. The wisdom automatically did that. We got to apply more of that.
Check this out. Go to Luke chapter 7 and verse 5. We're just going to go straight to the point with this one. So y'all remember we always read the story in Matthew's. Remember when we read in Matthew's where it talks about the centurion?
Yeah.
And Christ was like, Christ was going to go to the centurion to heal his servant, and the centurion was like, just speak. I'm not worthy for you to come into my house. Just speak the word and it shall be done. For I am a man of authority.
Right.
And I have people under me. Just giving y'all so we don't have to read the whole thing. Check this out. Read Luke 7 and 5.
Luke chapter 7 verse 5. For he loveth our nation, and he hath built us a synagogue.
And this is the cold part about this story. It doesn't mention this part of Matthew's, but when you read it in Luke, it shows that same centurion, our people, read verse 4, Verse 4. Read verse 3, sorry.
Verse 3.
Yeah.
And when he heard of Yahushua, he sent unto him the elders of the Jews, beseeching him that he would come and heal his servant.
Go ahead.
And when he came to Yahushua,
so he sent the elders of the Jews. This centurion man sent the elders of. Remember, the centurion, he wasn't an Israelite. He was a nation. He was a Roman. He was a captain of the Roman army. And he sent the elders of the Jews to Yahushua. Read.
They besought him instantly, saying that he was worthy of whom he should do this.
So the elders came and told Yahushua, listen, the centurion man, he's a nation, but he's worthy. He's worthy of you healing his servant. He's worthy of the blessing. Why? Read verse 5.
For he loveth our nation.
He loved our what?
Our nation.
Read on.
And he hath built us a synagogue.
And he built us a synagogue. That same centurion. That's what we need to happen today. We need one of these Edomites or one of these nations that's in power to start building us schools. Start building us places of worship, man.
Start funding us.
Start funding us.
But not in the church way.
Yeah, God.
I mean, it's there.
So
It's there.
it's showing, you know, in the scriptures that actually happened. So what's stopping it from happening today? What's stopping it from happening? You know, it's the way we deal. It's the way we deal. Imagine if we were all dealing like Abraham right now in our captivity, where we were blameless, where nobody could ever blame an Israelite for anything, an Israelite man or a woman for anything. Whenever they have something, somebody has something negative to say, they're like, oh, about an Israelite? Really? Nah, bro. They don't move like that. They got a standard that they live by. That's not how they deal. So, God, man. So let's get back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 23, verse 7. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. Verse 8. And he communed with them, saying, if it be your mind that should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me to Hebron, the son of Zoyar. Verse 9, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he had, which is in the end of his field, for as much money as it is worth. He said, give it me for a possession of a burial place among you. Verse 10, and Ephron dwelling among the children of Heth, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of the city, said, verse 11, nay, my Lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is there, I give it thee. In the presence of the son of my people, give I it thee. Bury thy dead. Verse 12, and Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. Verse 13, and he spoke unto Hebron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, but if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. Verse 14, and Hebron answered Abraham, saying unto him, verse 15, my Lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead.
Right. So remember, Ephron was the king or the leader of Heth, right? He was the king basically. He said, "Man, what's 400 shekels between me and you? Like that ain't nothing. What's 400 shekels between two kings? We got this." Abraham was like, "Yeah, you're right. You're right. I do got it." And he paid him his 400, which is about 10 pounds of silver in weight. Go ahead.
Verse 16, and Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham waited to Ephron the silver, which he had, named it in the audience of the son of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. Verse 17, and the field of Ephron, which was in and the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah.
Hit some water if you need.
Oh, I got one long.
You're the H2O guy.
Huh?
You're the H2O guy. Come on. Get you some agua. That throat moist. You might be parched. A little bit parched.
Now I got one long. Had to collapse long. Didn't go too long and get back up.
And you gonna blame me, right? 'Cause I'm talking too much.
Come on. She just let me read.
Well, you sitting up here in silence shouldn't have heard anything.
Where I'm at, 17.
Yeah. God.
Verse Verse 17, the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that was in the field, that was in all the borders, round about, were made sure. Verse 18, unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of the city. Verse 19, and after this, Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre. The same is Hebron, in the land of Canaan, and the field, and the cave that is therein, were made sure into. I had to get blood in the city.
You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Just propelling my blood through. Pills on the tape. Abraham for a possession of a burial place by the sons of Heth. Verse 24.
Chapter 24.
I mean,
Any questions on that?
chapter 24, verse 1.
Any questions? Right, so I want y'all to pay attention. I want y'all to pay attention to this chapter 24. Very important, the way it went down. And, you know, when you look at this 24 chapter, a lot of people don't understand Genesis. And we went over it. But it's Genesis chapter 2 and verse 21 down. And I'll read it real quick. Genesis chapter 2, verse 21. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he woman, and brought her unto man. Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Those three verses, they're summed up in this 24th chapter, the way Adam was married to Eve. All right? There was a woman taken from his kindred, like Rebekah was taken from Abraham's kindred, removed from her family, and brought to Isaac. It's the same way it happened with Adam. So if you don't understand those three verses, all you got to do is read the 24th chapter of Genesis, meditate a little bit, think about how we did marriage, read about what happened with Rebekah and Isaac and how she was brought to him, and it should be clear as day. I mean, that's what actually cleared it up for me, is the marriage between Rebekah and Isaac. It was they basically copied what Adam and Eve, how Eve was brought to Adam. Adam and Eve's story don't go into much detail, right? And that's where people get lost. There's no detail. But if you look at it for just what it says, the story in Genesis plugs in the holes. There was a woman taken from her family, right? From Adam's kindred, and brought to that man, and he had a wife, because there were already family around, right? There was already people around. So there was a woman taken from his kin, brought to him, and boom, he lay with her. That was his wife. I mean, very simple. So I bring that out because it's a good, again, Genesis. When you read these stories, man, they repeat. All the stories repeat. They repeat. The way we did things is repetitive. Why? Because we held a certain standard of how we did things. He said, I am the Lord, I change not. Right? He said Jesus Christ the same today, yesterday, and forever. So we did things the same way to keep a standard of how we did things, and a record of how things should be done. Don't let the lack of detail throw you off. Samakaya.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Is there any relevance or any deeper meaning to the Most High, removing the rib and closing?
Well, think about it. The rib represents, let's just say the rib represents that woman, right? Now, to remove a person from their family, what does that leave? So that has to be closed up. Now, when you read even the story of Rebecca, right? Her family, they were almost wounded. When they wanted her to leave, they were like, listen, can she stay for like 10 days? Please. Like, they were begging. And they were like, let's go to her and ask. And she was like, nah, I'll leave now. But they were in a state of, damn, we about to just, it's like you taking, think about it. I mean, you ever have something taken from you, just, it leaves a void or it leaves a wound, that got to be closed up, right? But that understanding was given to what they needed to do. The understanding was given to Eve and to Adam. You see that? So the Most High, he mended that up, right? And then it goes in also more symbolically into him laying with her. But that's the significance. Remember, it's all symbolic. And that's why I say to read this story, because you'll really be able to see like, oh yeah, I get it now. When you take a family member from a family, it leaves a void. They were sad as hell to lose Rebecca. They were like, listen, man, nah. Can she stay for 10 more days? Right? And they were basically begging Abraham's servant. And he was like, well, nah, I got to go. I got to fulfill this promise. You see that? So it left a void, but, you know, the Most High gave them that understanding that, wait a minute, this is of the Lord. So he closed that void up. Right? So let's read it. Let's read it. Let's understand. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 24, verse 1. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Verse 2. And Abraham said unto his elder servant of his house that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, that thy hand under my thigh. Verse 3. And I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughter of the Canaanite.
Right, so the hand under the thigh was just another way we took an oath.
Was it symbolic of real? Like put
No,
the hand
we
up on
did
the thigh?
it. We did it.
Put
We
the
did
hand on
it.
the
Put
thigh?
the hand under the thigh, yeah. We did it. That's how we took an oath. Look, you come here. Slide your hand under the thigh. I put my hand under the thigh. You gonna do this? Come. Okay.
My hand
Boom.
shaking back in.
We were, yeah. I mean, even that, you know, even think about it. A handshake, you know,
No, I'm just
It's
saying
kind of-
about the thigh, you know.
right. It was just symbolic. It was a form of oath taking. It wasn't symbolism. That's what we did. Because you read that a few different times in the scriptures, especially in Genesis. We put the hand under the thigh to symbolize, like, yo, I'm gonna be connected to what I vowed.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Verse 4. But thou shalt go unto my country and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac.
So go to the bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Go to my rib. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And the servant said unto him, peradventure, the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I need bring thy son again unto the land from whither thou camest? Verse 6. And Abraham said unto him, beware, thou that thou bring not my son hither again. Verse 7.
Right. So he asked him, if the woman ain't gonna come, should I bring your son? He said, no, don't bring Isaac to that land. You're supposed to get the woman and bring the woman to him. Don't bring him back to that land, because what was Abraham commanded? To get about that land. To get out the land of your fathers and go to this land. So it would be counterproductive for him to send the heir back into his land, right? Then the Most High would have to do the process over again. He said, go into this land and inherit it. So he knew Isaac had to stay where he was to inherit the land. Go get him a woman, though, not of the Canaanites, right? See, we understood that from the jump. Don't deal with Canaan. Don't deal with the nations, but go get a woman from my kindred. Go ahead.
Verse 7. The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spoke unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angels before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. Verse 8. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee. Then thou shalt be cleared. Then thou shalt be cleared from this my oath. Bring not my son thither again. Verse 9. And the servant put his hand up under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. Verse 10. And the servant took 10 camels of his master and departed, for all the good of his master were into his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia unto the city of Nahor.
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 Right? So Nahor was who to Abraham? His what?
Brother.
Nahor was his brother. Right. So Nahor was left back. Nahor and Milcah, they were left back in Mesopotamia or the Ur Chaldees. Abraham was the one commanded to go. So he sent his servant back to his family. Why? Because we dealt with the close kin at that time. To keep the righteousness, to keep the line pure, that's what we did. Nahor married his niece, Abraham married his niece. That's how we did it. Then the law comes in Deuteronomy and Leviticus, shuts all that down. We don't deal with close kin. All right? Because there's no need for that. I don't need to go take my cousin to keep anything pure. There's no need for that. There's no need for me to go deal with, a niece. So the law, now that written law came, and the necessity for that wasn't there, and the law helped to reinforce that necessity was not there. But if you ask, well, how did Shem, Ham, Japheth repopulate the earth? They did it through nieces and cousins. All right? They did it through nieces and cousins. Remember, they had sons and daughters. Their sons and daughters took each other, and boom. And then when it got to a certain point and people start to branch out over here and branch out over here, there was so much separation, there wasn't a need for that closeness. You see that? Yeah. So it wasn't unlawful the way we repopulated the earth. It wasn't unlawful the way Abraham and even Rebecca, Leah, Rachel, and Jacob, they were cousins. I believe they were second cousins. I did a timeline. They were second cousins. Rebecca and Isaac were cousins. So it wasn't unlawful. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. Verse 12. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and shew kindness unto my master Abraham. Verse 13. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughter of the men of the city come out to draw water. Verse 14.
So the women at this time weren't lazy bums. They had a time when they came out to do woman's work. They drawed water for their family and for their camels. Go ahead.
Verse 14. And they let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she shall say, drink, and I will give thy camel drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac.
Now check this out. You got to think about it. This could have been any woman, right? Right? Anybody could have been Rebecca. What was the Most High looking for? What was he looking for Isaac?
Righteous.
The righteous woman that was going to be doing the work.
But they were all there getting water. They were all there getting water. So what was it about?
She actually engaged with the servant and offered him and his animals food. So showing that she was actually
hospitable.
There you go.
She was hospitable. She was generous. She was caring. She was charitable. She wasn't covetous. She exemplified this certain characteristic that Abraham wanted for his son, and that the Most High wanted for Isaac. The Most High gave Abraham the instruction. Abraham gave the instruction to the servant. Don't come back with some raggedy ass, some raggedy whap, right? Some chick that's just about the whap. Nah, you're going to get a chick that got character. You're going to get a woman that has substance. Rebecca had substance, character. She had a fear for the Most High. All the things that you young sisters and some old sisters should be always constantly trying to fight to attain. There was a character about her. It wasn't that she was just beautiful, because best believe she was beautiful. But it wasn't just that. She had the fruits of the Spirit on her, and it showed through her works. You know a tree by the fruit it bears. So it wasn't just go get some random chick at the well. They was all at the well. There was a time when all the women showed up. But who was going to sit back and look at the well-being of somebody else? What type of woman was going to do that? That's who we want. That's who we want for a wife. That's how it says prove a friend. Right? That's how we judge character. Who's looking for the well-being of others? Remember, the scriptures say, go to, watch this. Go to Titus. Go to Titus. Titus, right? Yeah, go to Titus real quick. I want it is chapter. No, that's not it. It's not in Titus. Or is it? No, I'm there. I don't think that's the one I want. Well reported of. Go to 1 Timothy 5. Damn. 1 Timothy 5. And we want verse 10.
1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 10.
Read.
What well reported of for good works.
Right.
If she have brought up children.
Now, Rebecca obviously was reported for good works. Now we know she didn't have children. She was a virgin. Right? Go ahead.
If she have lodged strangers.
See, she was willing to lodge strangers. Go ahead.
If she have washed the saints' feet.
Go ahead.
If she have relieved the afflicted.
Yeah, when a man, if y'all don't understand that travel through Mesopotamia, that wasn't an easy travel to go from the land of Canaan through Mesopotamia. You had robbers, thieves, and it was a long journey. So, leaving the afflicted. When a man is traveling with camels, what did he say he had 10 camels? I mean, come on. Somebody had to sit back and be like, damn, I know the camels is thirsty. Yeah. Them humps don't hold that much water, right? They knew where he was coming from. But who was going to take the time out of all them sisters? Out of all them women, there was aged women, there was young women, there was little girls. Who was going to be the example? That's who we want. We want the example.
Yes, sir.
We don't want the ones that's just there getting water for themselves and being greedy with the water. Like the water is going to run out. Like it ain't going to never rain again. Oh, this is our well. Can't drink that. This is our water. This is our forefather. Right?
Right.
It was an example that was being shown. The type of woman. Read.
If she had diligently followed every good work.
Right. And that's what it was about. There was so many different characteristics about Rebecca that was shown just in the way she moved in taking care of the strangers. Right? So let's jump back. I mean, y'all understand that, right? Right. So the servant was under strict orders. Don't bring back no scallywag to my son. Don't bring back no random hoes to my son.
You know what's cool about the story too, man? When you look at it, like you said, all the women were there drawing water.
Yep.
You know, when you look at it, it said that he stood by the well and made his camels kneel down.
Yep.
By the well.
We ready.
So all these women, they literally walked up and seen him and the camels. Like, you ain't just gonna have a whole bunch of camels at the well for no reason.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they knew that he was traveling from some form of distance.
And that he wasn't going to dip into the well himself.
That's what I was going to ask. It was a test, basically.
Yeah.
It was a test for the women to see who was going to engage with them.
Who was going to
be the hospitable person?
Who was going to lodge the stranger? Who was going to alleviate the afflicted? Who was going to wash his feet?
Okay.
Because he couldn't just go to their well. It's not his well.
Right.
So
We dealt with respect.
yeah.
We dealt with order. And if the sisters are all there drawing water, remember the story of Moses? What happened when he went to the well in Midian? Weren't the women drawing water? But didn't,
That's Moses.
who did I say?
Like you said.
I said Moses.
You said Moses?
Yeah, I said Moses.
Oh, Leah?
No, it was Moses when he went to. Okay, I gotta start watching movies. Now I'm getting the movie messed up with the scriptures. But didn't he go to the land? Didn't he go? Yeah, he went to the well and he met Jethro's daughter at the well. But
Right.
didn't something happen at the well?
Yeah, the people, the men were messing with them, something like that.
Right, they were obstructing the women, and he
Right.
basically
He helped them out.
he helped the women to draw the water because you had these raggedy ass dudes there that was trying to overtake the well. You see that? But this servant, he dealt with respect. This ain't his well. He's a stranger. So a stranger had to ask or be given things. But see, it was in our character. Think about when you deal with we read it last week about was it Elisha? Where the woman built him the room in her house, and they lodged him, and they gave him cakes. Like they did that out of the goodness of their heart. He didn't come to them like, "Yo, build me a room in your house." We rolled a certain way when people passed by. It wasn't this skepticism of, this nigga might be a thief. He might be this. He might be that. We rolled by. We literally saw and looked and seen people's character, the way they rolled, right? But we were in accustomed. Man, things were so different back then. We were accustomed to seeing a person, a passerby, knowing they're not from the town. Hey, what do you need? You need water. You need food. You need stuff for your camels. What do you need? There's so many stories in the scriptures that exemplify that in our people. What's that?
Well, you always said to put ourselves into the scriptures. So the wells belong to people then, because when we read it, he went to the well. But
Yeah, the wells-
these wells were actually somebody's property.
Yeah, remember Abraham owned wells, Jacob.
Right.
Yeah, remember we'll read it when we get into Luke.
You're walking into somebody's house and hey, I just want to
Well,
take that.
it's somebody's property.
Right.
Somebody was the owner of that well. Yes, they dig. Remember, the wells had to be digged.
Con.
They were dug by certain families that controlled it. So when we go into Luke and we read in the New Testament about Yahushua at the well with the Samaritan, she said, "Our father Jacob dug this well."
Con.
Yeah, Jacob dug wells all around. You see that? But you couldn't just roll up. But then that's why when you read back in Genesis, Abraham had a problem with who was it that he said, "Man, I got a problem with you because your people came and stole my well." It was we read it earlier last week. It was I forgot who it was.
It just makes more sense how it's coming out where.
Yeah, because we control these lands.
Right.
We control these lands, but there was one Abimelech. Right. It said his servants came and took the well. And Abimelech was like, "I don't know nothing about that. But look, let's make this oath real quick. That way we'll make an oath between us. Nobody's going to touch your wells and your property." You see that? Abraham had wells. Jacob had wells that were passed down from Abraham.
Perfect sense.
Right. Y'all see this? So, which one?
With Moses.
Oh, Exodus 2:17?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see here real quick. I want to see what it says. You know, I watched a damn movie the other day. And so, man, you get caught up in the movie be adding stuff in there. And the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up. Right. You see that? Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came to draw water and fill troughs to water their father's flock. You see that? They came out to do what they did every day. It says, and the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. Why? Because men are always going to overtake women physically. They ain't going to do nothing against these shepherds but fall back.
That's true.
But Moses, being a stand-up guy and understanding, hold up, what are y'all doing? Let them do what they got to do, and y'all are going to get water. And they said, the Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherd, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said unto his daughters, where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread. This was Jethro. Jethro, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the father-in-law.
Right. This was Jethro saying, wait a minute, this dude did us a kindness. Man, bring him so he gets some food. Let's repay that kindness. We dealt. I mean, remember the Midianites were who? Whose son?
Abraham.
They were Abraham's son, direct son. So they were taught to deal a certain way. They were taught to deal a certain way with each other, but it shows you how even certain things went to each sons and down the line, but then certain things got cut off because we know that the Midianites were serving other gods and they was into soothsaying and witchcraft, right? But they know how to deal with people. They know how to be hospitable. You see that? So, again, stories that mirror one another and the way we've dealt. Oh, he put it in there. Yeah, the water, Dawiyad. Dawiyad got a good memory, man. Dawiyad got a very good memory. He remembered all these scriptures. I remember the stories, but let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 24, verse 14, read from the top. And let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she said, and she shall say, drink, and I will give thy camel drink also. Let the same be sheep that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac, and thereby shall I know that thou hast shewed kindness unto my master. Verse 15, and it come to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to
Bethuel,
son of Milcah,
right? Milcah being Abraham's brother,
the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder.
That's it. That's it. All right, let's get the next reader. Go.
Song, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Song Shabbat Shal Yahawada Ban Yasha'alam Men of Israel Imagine Barak
Yahawah Hashem Yahashar Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah. We gotta see here, the Most High is dealing with character, man. He ain't dealing with looks and good hair and good eyes. He's dealing with petite bodies. He's dealing with character. The Most High, he said it in Samuel, he don't look at things the way we look at things. He look at the spirit. You look at the outer appearance. Now I understand where it says a wife is a gift of the Lord. Maybe it's a gift. I get it now. Even with this story, you see it. Like, what characteristics am I looking for young brothers out there online, or who, if you looking if you are in the market, right? You don't have a wife, and what are you looking for in a woman? Right. Don't get deceived by how well she says shalom and salutes. It's what's her character like? You got to prove that person. This was Rebecca's proving to see if she was going to be that type of woman, and she wasn't faking it. This was her. This was the way she rolled. So this was going to be the long-standing example of how she was going to be throughout their relationship.
Yeah, it wasn't like she seen the servant and was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be nice to him because I'm gonna be able to come up through him.
She didn't know.
No.
She had no idea what was going on. She had no idea what was going on, so it wasn't a thing where, yeah, she gonna act a certain way because of this man was gonna hit her with some bracelets and some earrings, and she was gonna have a come up. She didn't know. Her character was shown in this instance. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 24, verse 16.
Right.
And the damsel was very fair to look upon.
Right.
A virgin.
A what?
A virgin.
Right. So this is where you get your definition biblically of what a virgin is according to the scriptures. It says she was fair to look on, so she was beautiful. Right. She was also a virgin. Go ahead.
Neither had any man known her.
Right. So it's right there giving you what a virgin is. A young maiden. She was a young woman of marriageable age, and she had not laid with anybody. So virgin has more than one definition. Go ahead.
And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up.
Right. So now when you go into Isaiah and it says, a virgin shall bring forth a son. A virgin shall bring forth a son, and his name shall be Emmanuel. Right? She was a virgin, a young maiden of marriageable age. Go ahead, read.
And the servants ran to meet her and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hastened and let down her pitcher upon her hand and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted.
She what?
I will draw waters for thy camels also.
No, read verse 20.
And she hasted.
It mentioned that twice.
Right.
It pointed that out, that she hasted. She was moving with speed, with urgency, with quickness. Like, man, this dude is thirsty. And even if he ain't, I'm going to make sure I'm on point. It wasn't autopilot. It wasn't, oh, I'll get to it when I can. I'll do it when I'm ready. It said she hasted. She didn't know this man from Adam, right? But again, here's a point out in her character of how she dealt with men. My Lord, right? He was a servant being called my Lord, right? Because she had respect. He was probably an older man, right? And that the fact that he was a man and she was a younger woman, she had respect to that man, no matter what position he was in. She wasn't like, oh, what's your rank, nigga? Show me your rank and then I'll respect you. Nah, she respected him as my Lord, just being a man and her being a young woman. Go ahead.
And she hasted and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water.
Nah, she moved real slow. She was making excuses. She was lethargic.
Ran again unto the well to draw water.
Go ahead.
And drew for all his camels.
But she made excuses.
Drew for all his camels.
We ain't got enough water and you got too many camels.
Drew for all his camels.
Listen, man, she wasn't about excuses. It said, not slothful in business, fervent in the spirit. Romans, right? Fervent in spirit, not slothful in business, man. We gotta look at our forefathers and foremothers and see how they roll. And then you'll be able to understand why are we on top of sisters to get things done that we need done. Because you're supposed to be doing whatever it is for the school, you gotta be doing that with urgency. Whatever it is for your household, you're supposed to do that with an urgency that this needs to get done. I can't sit around and just do it on my time and wait and not seize the opportunity. Who had their hand up? Yeah, what's up?
She stopped what she was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she stopped what she was doing and helped him immediately.
She stopped what she was doing. It no longer became about her, but again, another point of her character that we bring out, that she didn't make it about her and what she had going on. She was going to complete her mission regardless, but she put others first. You see that? She put this young woman. She was able to understand, let me put others first. The Most High is going to bless me, but let me deal with others, man. It's crazy. A lot of us got to adopt these principles, man. Go and read these stories. It's very important. Read.
Verse 21. And the man wondering at her held his peace.
Yeah, he was like, whoa. Is this it? Is this her? But there was one more thing that had to happen. Go ahead.
To wit, whether the Most High had made his journey prosperous or not.
Right.
And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in?
It's the last test. Go ahead. If she had lodged strangers, read.
And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel.
Nigga, I don't know you. What you asking me questions?
And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. She said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender.
Provender. So we got room, we got food, and we got food for the camels. Look at that. Passing all the tests.
Done.
What's that?
And she didn't have to call her dad
Thank you.
and say, Dad,
Daddy.
there's these strangers here
Yeah.
that need lodging. She just knew that that was the standard. She knew that that was going to be acceptable to her father and didn't have to second question, guess, or make an excuse as to why she couldn't.
Why they couldn't do it. Why?
Yeah.
Because that wasn't the first instance. She knew how her father, and really, in this situation, she was living with not her father, but her brother and her uncle. So, but she knew how they rolled when it came to dealing with people. She didn't have to go get 3 opinions on, do we take care of the stranger?
Right.
What did the law say
Right.
about the stranger? The law said, let them, said, open thy hand wide, right? Let them take of your hand, let them take what they need, and then let them be on their way. They were following the law here. So she was a law, she was brought up and nurtured in the law from her very beginnings. Train up a child. What's that?
I was going to say for me, for instance, this is something that when you grasp this, you got to teach your children that how to roll with this kind of this mindset and this being, because you don't let your children make the decision most of the time. You say because you didn't have to ask. Just like she didn't have to ask her family.
Right.
We don't trust our children's decision to make those things right now these days. So you see what I'm saying? So you know.
Right. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. So they don't have that authority. So they gotta ask. That's the way I'm looking at it, because they're not mature enough to. Hey, you know what? You didn't ask me. You didn't tell me. You're bringing a person to my house. You know, and now you're putting me in a position where I don't want to be in. You know.
Well,
that's what I'm looking at.
No,
you know?
you're absolutely right. We are in a different time.
Right.
We're in a different time where the way the world, first of all, it says redeeming the time that the days are evil. It says in the last time men shall become lovers of themselves. The last days, it says perilous times, right? So when I advise my son, if the first stranger that walks up, for him to be like, oh yeah, come over to the house, and no, of course not. What am I advising my son? To watch out and try to read people. My daughter, make sure you're looking at the way people are moving towards you, right? Because in this day and age, we got to protect our children. So they got to be raised in a whole different mind state, but the same mind state. What do I mean? Well, the scriptures say, do good to the godly man, right? So there shouldn't be a hesitation for them. And obviously, no 7-year-old's making a decision, and she wasn't 7 years old.
Right.
She was definitely an older teen or young 20s, right? But just our children should understand a certain level of hospitality. You know, think about it. Our kids don't even know how to share, right? So we should be teaching them, no, it's okay to share with one another. It says, especially them of the household of faith. We should be more willing to give to one another and deal with one another, right? And then the ones that want to come in and change the way they move and think and adopt the scriptures, we move towards them the same way, right? But no matter what, don't we do this? Regardless,
Two brothers and sisters.
who do we deny to come into these doors and learn the wisdom?
That's right.
Nobody, right? It don't matter who you are. You could come, sit down, get a Bible, a apocrypha, a pen, paper, and write everything down. And whether you choose to come back or not, that's on you. But everyone's afforded a chance to get wisdom,
That's true.
right?
Understand it.
And if you need help with certain things, if we got it, we try to help out. But obviously, yes, my son ain't going to be entrusted with certain decisions.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of.
Is Travis there?
Travis?
Travis Ford?
No, oh, you need the key? What do you?
I'm the management company
Right.
to look at the roof.
Yeah, you guys need the key. Go deal with that real quick. Deal with that, Stock. We're in the middle of class right now, so
Well, I'm
we'll get
sorry,
you.
I'm supposed to meet him here at 12.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We'll get you the key right now.
Yeah.
Y'all got a key for?
Sorry,
Yeah, he's fine. We need the school key for him. Yeah. Is somebody gonna look at? Ask him if somebody's gonna try to look at that right now.
Okay.
Someone gonna try to get that right now?
Speaking of, white man walked right up in here.
I was looking at my.
Called Hashatan right into the building. Right? Nah, they gotta fix our roof, man. They gotta fix our roof. It's been leaking, so they gotta come fix that. I forgot they were coming today. But anyway, going back to what I was saying, which I forgot what I was saying. He threw me all the way off. Let's just read on.
Verse
Hey,
20.
close the door. Go ahead, read.
Verse 25. She said moreover unto him, we have both straw and provender, enough and room to lodge in.
Right?
And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Most High.
Go ahead.
And he said, blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham.
Right, because he's seen the character on this woman and knew that, okay, she's the one. Go ahead.
Who have not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, the Most High led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things.
And usually in this situation, Abraham would have went, but it said he was old and stricken in age. So he couldn't make this journey. Remember, this journey from the land of Canaan to Mesopotamia, it was a grueling journey. Abraham wouldn't have made it. So he sent his most trusted servant that ruled over his whole house. So this is why the servant went in his place. Go ahead. So it's showing you also, in a betrothal, the men dealt with the betrothal. Watch, you're going to see. They didn't go to Rebecca like, yo, you want to marry this guy? It went to her brother and her uncle that this is what's going to happen. Watch, read.
Verse 29. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban.
So let's remember Laban. We're going to read about him later on down the line with Jacob, right? Where Jacob went and worked for Laban 20 plus years for Rachel and Leah. Really Rachel, but he got Leah also. Go ahead.
And Laban ran out unto the man, unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earrings and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, come in, thou blessed of the Most High. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house, and room for the camels. And the men came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet.
See that? She had lodged strangers, if she had relieved the afflicted, if she had washed the saints' feet. Woo! Read.
And the man's feet that were with him. And there were set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told my errand.
Yeah, look, and even the servant. This dude was about that business. He's like, man, I ain't come here to eat and drink. I got to handle business first. Let's deal with this, and then we can do all the eating and drinking after. Yes, sir. You got the key, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I go to the back.
Yeah, he isn't here right now.
Okay, go ahead.
And he said, speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant. And the Most High have blessed my master greatly. And he is become great. And he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and manservants, and maidservants, and camels, and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him hath he given all that he had. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, The Most High, before whom I walk, will send his angel with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath, when thou comest to my kindred, and if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O most high power of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass, that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink thou, and I will also drink for thy camels. Let the same be the woman whom the Most High have appointed out for my master's son. And behold, and before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down unto the well, and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter art thou? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head.
I want to pause right here real quick, because you got Israelites that teach that it's wicked to wear earrings. Right here just crushed all that. They try to say that wearing earrings was symbolic. Said he put the earring on her face. Right? No, he put the earring on her face, on her ear. It's all considered your face. He put the earring on her. He put the earring on her ear, so we wore earrings. Go ahead. So there's no symbolism here about the earring. They try to say wearing an earring, the earrings were symbolic. We didn't wear actual earrings. He just said it. If there was any misconception, he took an earring, he put it on her face. He didn't pierce her cheek or her lip. He put the earring. That's why it's called an earring, not a face ring. Put it right there on the ear.
Right? Like it already had to have been pierced.
It already had to be pierced.
Like you're gonna come on, man.
Yeah, he pierced her. Her ear was pierced. He just took off. You know those jewels that Abraham gave. Even when Laban saw that, he was kind of like, "Oh, this came from Abraham. This came from our forefathers." He knows. He knew. That's why he sent him with specific jewelry, one earring and bracelets. Right? They were like family heirlooms or signets. Right. So that right there was showing, okay, this is coming from this type of man. This is coming from Abraham or whoever. That's why they recognized when he started speaking, they saw the jewelry. They were like, this comes from the Lord. Well, it's going to say it. Watch, read on.
It said the same thing in Ezekiel 12 too.
The what?
They wear earrings.
Yeah, well, that's what the reason why I stopped and paused here is because, yes, Ezekiel says it, Peter says it, Isaiah says it, right? Even when you read in Exodus, it said we broke off the earrings and the nose jewels and made the golden calf, right? But there's a school out there that tries to say that's all symbolic. This ain't symbolic. It said he put it on her face, right here on her ears. Boom. So that's why I want to point that out if there was any type of, did we wear earrings or not? We definitely wore earrings, nose jewels, and jewelry. Go ahead, read.
Verse 48. And I bowed down my head and worshiped the Most High.
Go ahead.
And blessed the Most High power of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son.
Right?
And now, if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left.
Let your yea be yea or your nay be nay. Either you going to do this or you not. Let me know. So I can roll out and go back to my master. Go ahead.
Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceedeth from the Most High.
Yeah, they did righteous judgment. They heard the matter. They seen the jewelry. They heard the story. They were like, okay, the Most High got something to do with this one. Right? We can't disapprove or approve. We just got to roll. Right? It's not in our hands to judge. The Most High got this. That's why he said we can't speak to you good or bad. Right? Go ahead.
We cannot speak unto thee bad or good.
Right?
Behold, Rebekah is before thee.
Right?
Take her.
Wait, do
and
what?
go. Take her.
Wait, do what?
Take her.
Wait, what?
Take her.
Wait, what?
Take her.
See, he said take her. Take her. Now, even in that wasn't a light thing to do. Watch, go to Ecclesiasticus 7:25. That wasn't a light thing for them to just take her. Yeah, they knew that the Most High, either you take her or the Most High is taking something from you. Right? Read Ecclesiasticus 7:25.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse 25.
Right?
Marry thy daughter.
He said do what?
Marry thy daughter.
He said to marry your daughter. Go ahead.
And so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
Yeah, that's a heavy matter to have to give up your daughter. Right? Why? Because you're like, man, is this going to be a good guy? Is this going to be the right situation? I don't want her to go through the hurt and pains that I've been through. All the things that can go wrong in marriage. You're like, man, this and this and this and this. But it's a weighty matter. But this is how you alleviate some of that weight. Read.
But give her to a man of understanding.
And this is why they were so like, yeah, take her. Hell yeah, because we know Abraham. We know the Most High is rocking with him.
Yeah.
We know he's probably rocking with him more than us. Because we dipping off into other gods. Laban? Come on. Didn't Laban have other gods? Yeah, he was worshiping photos in the dark. You know what I'm saying? He had photos of... Remember he said when Rebecca and Leah dipped off, he said, who took my gods?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you sitting on them?
You see, in the dark.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? He was in the barn worshiping Molech or something, man. Right? I mean, they weren't exactly 100% on point when it came to their piety to the Most High, but they kept custom. They kept tradition. You see that? They kept custom and tradition. Sis.
And we can see here also that they kept the order, like how you were talking about how men dealt.
Yeah.
They didn't ask Rebecca, do you want to marry this man?
Nope.
They dealt with each other and they kept the order.
Because it wasn't up to her.
Yeah.
And it wasn't up to Isaac. Nobody went to Isaac like, yo, you want to marry Rebecca? Right. Said he saw her. She lied off the camel. She wrapped up. He went, took her to the tent. That's his real. It wasn't like, son, you want her? Nah. We didn't roll like that. We set up what was right for our people, for our descendants. Even think about it. Even a man setting up a wife for his son was a form of an inheritance. Because you weren't going to try to give your son a bad woman. That's why Abraham had these strict stipulations on what woman to bring to Isaac. So he was setting up an inheritance for Isaac. A good woman instead of woman. Right? Watch. Go to Ecclesiasticus.
26.
Go to Ecclesiasticus. Right? In the Apocrypha. Nope. And I want 36.
36.
Ecclesiasticus 36 and verse 22.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 36, verse 22. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance.
Right?
And a man loveth nothing better.
Yeah, the beauty of a woman, man. To be able to wake up and just, damn, she's beautiful. You just like, wow, dang. It ain't gonna be nothing lustful or anything just filthy, or even sexual, to admire, a woman's beauty. There's many beautiful women in the world that you look at, you're like, dang, she's gorgeous, she's beautiful. The Most High made that, right? Man loved nothing better. That's what the scriptures say. A beautiful wife. I can tell you how. But beauty is vain, right? I got to get the balance. Beauty is vain, because this is what needs to happen. Read.
If there be kindness.
Wait, if there be what?
If there be kindness.
So she got beauty, she got kindness. What else?
Meekness.
What?
Meekness.
Come on.
And comfort.
Wait, what?
And comfort.
Heartache.
Comfort.
Back talk.
Comfort.
Death.
Comfort.
Read.
In her tongue.
Come on.
Then is not her husband like other men.
So imagine if she's beautiful and she got all these other things. Read on.
He that getteth a wife.
Right.
Beginneth a possession.
He beginneth a what?
A possession.
So when a man betrothed and set up an arrangement for his son, he set up a possession. Rebecca was being set up as this beautiful possession, man. Why? Because the character that she already had. And I know, I'm gonna say it again, we in a different time. We in a different space in the world where as a man, you have to go out and you have to do all of the vetting, right? You got to go out, you got to find that woman, and then you got to prove her and prove her and prove her and prove her, and it never stops. There's no one sitting back and just being so righteous where, oh, I know that family for their righteousness. Only us, really. We're the only ones that's doing that now, right? Israelites that are trying to raise their family, raise their children, raise their sons. What am I trying to raise my son as? Not as a ball player, not as Michael Jackson, not as any of that. I'm trying to raise him as a priest and a king, right? What am I trying to raise my daughters as? Respectable women. That if a man does come along, she's equipped to be a wife. That if a woman does come along, my son knows, okay, I got to be a man, I got to be a husband, right? I got to do the things that we weren't taught for so many generations. So even in that, we are trying to do it, and that's why we'll sit back. We got all young kids, man, and what are we talking about? Well, when the time comes, I want your daughter to marry my son, and I want your daughter to marry, Manashah got 3 ribs already. He's ready. You clowning. I'm over here getting greedy. I'm over here getting greedy with the babies for my son. Trying to betroth him to 3 ribs. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it says 2 are better than 1. A 3-fold cord is not easily broken. Right? And obviously, I'm not going to just marry him off to 3 women at once. That's insane. But think about it. When you raise up a child in this knowledge, they can be so much further at a younger age. You know what I mean? In their understanding. And that's what it's about. How do we, because you were saying something about, giving them the power to make decisions. Well, the whole point is to give them the power. Right. To empower them through wisdom, through knowledge. Do it early. We waited till our kids turned 18 to teach them something. Right? Till they turn a teenager, that's when they understand. Nah, they've been understanding. They've been understanding since they understood the words yes and no. They understood when they knew who you were as mom and dad. Right? When they can tell the difference between mom and dad, they knew right from wrong. They didn't know the ins and outs and the intricacies of it, but they understood. So they should have been taught from the jump. And then we'd be able to give our sons possessions. Even if you couldn't give your son a plot of land and 40 acres and a mule, at least help him find the right woman. That's going to help him to get these things and not be a thorn in his side. You see that? So a man, it says what? He beginneth a what?
He beginneth a possession.
Right, read.
A help like unto himself.
Wait, a what?
A help.
Why did he get Rebecca and not all these other chicks that was just sitting by the well? They was lazy. They was getting water, but they was probably over there complaining like, God damn it, why we got to get the water every day? Right? Dragging their little pitchers in the dirt, bringing dirty water. Right? Think about it. Think about it. Just think about Israelite women today. Think about Israelite women today, how they do certain things. Lazily. don't want to do it, complaining, murmuring, backbiting. Why I gotta be the one? Rebecca was like, dum, 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 right? Probably humming a hymn, right? Swing low, sweet chariot, right? And was just doing her thing, and the servant was sitting back watching, like,
There you go.
Abraham, right? He probably prayed. He said it. He blessed the Lord, like Barakatah Yahweh. Isaac is going to have a wife that's going to move the way he's moving.
And you know, not right now.
Right? Tell my son all the time that he is so far ahead of me at 16, being in the truth. Then when I was 16, bro, I look at my son. I'm like, at 7, yeah, he loves his toys, he loves his video games, but he can tell you why not to serve Christmas. Yeah. He can tell you about abortion. He can tell you about things that I didn't even conceptualize until I was in my teens. Right. And even, you know, what's funny about the Zoom call I was on? They, you know, my family deals with. I let my kids, you know, see their family and talk to them on, you know, FaceTime and Zoom and all that stuff. And they always say, they're like, Noah, he's way past his time for a 7-year-old. I'm like, 'cause they compare him to their kids. Right. When he goes around them, he's like, we eating pizza? Is there pork on that? He's hitting them on certain things. Right? It's just balance with him because he'll go overboard. He start ripping into their spirit. And then it's like, damn, what are you teaching this guy? But they look at the way he moves and they're like, this dude's conversation. The words that he uses. And I'm like, well, he's around grown men and women all the time. And it can have its drawbacks because there are some conversations that he shouldn't be hearing. And I try to limit his you know, certain things he don't need to hear. You know, certain conversation he don't need to hear. It is too grown up for him. You know, but he got a leg up on 99% of the kids his age. Just in this wisdom. He could do the whole Our Father prayer. Same thing with Mustafa's son. He's 7. They knocking off the Our Father prayer in Hebrew. Danyala. They doing the prayers. They doing the salutes. They doing breakdowns. Yeah. They know color of Christ. Like, they can break things down that the average Joe out there don't know nothing about. So our children are way ahead. So when I go out here and try to give my daughter or my son to some knucklehead out in this world, now I'm going to go to this brother. I'm going to go to one of these brothers and say, hey, your daughter and my son are about the same age. When the time is right, when they get a little way older, right, past their teens, let's try to make sure that they link up. We can't make it happen, right, but we can nurture that relationship in a way where we teach them, wait a minute, what do you want? You want somebody, a knucklehead out there, or you want to be with a righteous man and a righteous woman? Right. You want to go through the heartaches and pains I went through? I don't want my son to go through the baby mamas. I don't want him to go do that. The baby mama drama. Bruh, that took years off my life. Arguing with women. Garbage situations. Starting over. What would we say? Hustling backwards. It took years off of me, man. It took years off of me, and I'm like, I don't wish that on my sons or my daughters. So it's in our best interest to teach them and to show them what's the best course of action. Ain't nothing wrong with you sitting back. Listen, Mustafa, he got sons, right? He got sons. He got 3 sons over there. Yes, Mustafa don't want his sons to be with no damn ratchets. Kazakia got kids. He definitely don't want his kids, his daughters, or his sons to be with no ratchet. Yep. He don't want that. Right? So we do have the conversation sometimes like, yeah, they're young, but listen, we got to work something out. Who got the 50 shekels? You know what I'm saying? Listen, who got it? You know what I mean? Because, we got to go back to the way we did things. And we did it this way for a reason. This is how you keep righteousness going. Remember, when you read Genesis, it said the sons of God went and took the daughters of men. So what were they doing? They was letting their sons get with ratchet ass chicks, man. That did what? Didn't teach the children, didn't have a standard. They were lazy, they were autopilot. They didn't care about the Most High. And what did that do? You know what it did? It just repeated before the flood what happened. That's all it did. Are we trying to repeat the flood? And before, are we trying to continue to exemplify righteous situations and righteousness. Read it one more time. Read where you at.
Verse 24.
Right. Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 36, verse 24.
Right.
He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession.
Right. Go ahead.
A help like unto himself.
Right.
And a pillar of rest.
Man, come on. That's what I want for my children. That's what I want for my sons. I don't want him to be with a dragon. I don't want him to be with some wicked woman, man. But it's up to me to teach my sons to be patient. When you deal with Isaac, listen, he basically didn't get his first woman until he was 40 years old.
Yep.
He was 40. It's a long time when you think about it, but is it really that long? Not when you're being brought up in righteousness and being taught abstinence, and it's not being pushed in your face. See, sex is being pushed in our children's faces.
That is correct.
Off the rip.
Yep.
Off top. Everything is sexually orientated, sexually motivated.
Yep.
In these times, man, it was about, listen, wait your time. You're going to get you a wife. Let's build you into a husband. You want to be a husband so bad, or have a rib so bad, but don't know how to be a husband. You want to have a husband so bad, but don't know how to be a wife. Those things were being built for 40 years in Isaac. Those things were being built through time, through all the men of the scriptures. You see that? Very important. Drop that, jump back.
Genesis chapter 24, verse 51.
Wait, what? Right, nah, that's there's no way.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's no way.
I was looking it up to try to.
Oh, really? No, there's no way. That's impossible.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Most High has spoken.
Right, what verse were you at?
That was
51.
Right. So, I mean, this story is a beautiful story. This is a very, if you start breaking it apart and breaking it down, very beautiful story. But you see how we did things customarily. This was a customary marriage. They just didn't have the whole big ceremony thing, but they had the little betrothal and all that good stuff. Where we at? Next reader?
Next reader, yeah.
Oh. Whew.
Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Bun, Yasharala.
Amon Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yasharala, Men of Israel, Amad. Right.
Yahweh Bashim Yashab Brakatam.
Yahweh Bashim Yashab Brakatam.
Right.
But that's why.
For them to say that, that's so off. Like,
yeah, but that's why I didn't even.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it, but I was like, oh no, you're not.
Yeah, don't bring that up.
Yeah, but that's like, it's hard.
Yeah. No 3-0 is what I wanted. Where'd you see that at? Oh. Oh, okay. What? We'll wrap about it. I
Genesis.
want to hear this.
Genesis chapter 24, verse 52. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Most High, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother, and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10.
Yeah, because pulling her out of that house, they weren't ready for that. They weren't ready for her to just leave. So it left that gap, that wound, right? But them understanding what the purpose of the Most High and the will, what did they do? Read on.
After that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not,
Right?
seeing the Lord hath prepared my way,
Prospered.
prospered my way. Give me. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the damsel and inquire it at her mouth.
Right, so they weren't calling to see if she wanted to go with him. That was already established. They were calling her to see, did she want to stay back for the 10 days? It was already established that she was going. The brother made the decision. The father wasn't around. So who makes the decisions? The brothers and the uncle. You see that? So they made the decision that she was going to roll with him. Now it was a matter of, does she tarry for 10 days? Or does she go right away? Go ahead.
And they called Rebekah and said unto her, Wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah,
Right?
and said unto her, Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands, of millions.
How did they know this? Why would they tell her, go be the mother of thousands of millions? They knew what a promise, man. That's what comforted them. She wasn't going to go be with some raggedy dude. She was about to go help fulfill the covenant. Or fulfill the promise that was made to Abraham through Isaac. That Isaac was the heir. They knew this. They knew it. Why else would they say go be the mother of thousands of millions? What's that?
So in 59, he sent other people as well. Like
It wasn't just Rebekah, because at that time, remember, we roll they roll with handmaidens, they roll with nurses, we had midwives. You know, even when Abraham rolled, said he had 300 servants when he left his father's land. So it wasn't just him and Sarah. It was him, Sarah, Lot, his people, but they all had servants and handmaidens and nurses and maids. You see that? So yeah, they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse. So they sent her with a nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. Right. So because Abraham's servant came with men also. Right. So it was a lot. We didn't just roll one man with 10 camels. We rolled with men, 2s and 3s, sometimes 10. But it wasn't just the servant. The servant came with men. They sent Rebekah away with her nurse. Why? Her nurse is gonna know her. She's been dealing with her for her whole life. It's probably like a midwife or something that birthed her, and just kept her health up. Right? Go ahead. So when you look at it, now you understand why Abraham sent so many gifts to the mother, to the brothers, and to Rebekah, because they were taking something. They were taking something from that family, so he replayed it back in the jewels and the silver and the gold. Righteous dealings, man. Go ahead.
And let thy seed possess the gates of those which hate them.
They was speaking prophecy, prophetically. But how else would they know these things? They knew that this was of the will of the Most High, and they knew that promise came through Abraham. Go ahead.
Verse 61. And Rebekah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the men. And the servant took Rebekah, and went his way.
Rebekah rose and her damsels. So there was other women with her also. You see that? Go ahead.
And Isaac came from the way of the well Laharai.
Right.
Laharai.
Uh-huh.
For he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes. And when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel For she had said unto the servant, What is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant has said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother's tent and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Chapter 25, verse 1.
Right. So, I mean, ta-da! Right? Marriage. Nobody in the tent with them, no priests, no bowing of the knee. Just straight customs and vows. Right? Go ahead, man.
Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah, and she bare him Zimran.
And no, it wasn't love at first sight. It wasn't love at first sight because was this based off of love?
No.
Nah, it wasn't based off of love. They said, and he loved her. So through time, yeah, he loved her. He developed a love for her. But how can you love somebody that you don't know? What's that?
And I'm sure like the attributes that he saw when he first met her, those continued, and that also helped that
Oh, yeah.
to grow.
Oh,
and
yeah.
things, because those are important attributes to a man.
Yeah. Especially a righteous man.
Right.
A man that's being taught. I'll read it real quick. Proverbs 31 and verse 10. Who can find a virtuous woman, for her price is far above rubies? So he was being taught these things, trying to find a virtuous woman. But then when the servant came and told him about her virtue, remember it said the servant told him all the things that happened. So he told her about how she did with the camels, how she did with him, how she invited him into the house, how she made sure that they had food and all the men with him, and that she didn't hesitate to roll. Think about it. She didn't even second guess. She didn't do the whole. Watch, let's rewind real quick. Ooh. This one just hit me too. Read Genesis 24. 56.
Genesis chapter 24, verse 56.
Read.
And he has said unto them, Hinder me not,
Right.
seeing the Lord hath prepared,
Read 55.
prospered.
55. Salah.
Okay, verse 55.
Right.
And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days.
See, they were the ones getting all sentimental. Oh, not our baby. Our baby, right? Our baby Rebecca. We love her. No, right? Go ahead.
At least 10.
Right?
After that she shall go.
Right?
And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way.
Right?
Send me away that I may go to my master.
Go ahead.
And they said, We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth.
Right?
And they called Rebekah and said unto her,
Right?
Wilt thou go with this man?
Right?
And she said,
No, my mama.
I will go.
No, my brother.
I will go.
But my family.
I will go.
But my daddy.
I will go.
But.
I will go.
She started pop locking and like a broken record. But. No. She went. She didn't hesitate. She didn't fight it. She didn't try to go against the will of the Most High. She didn't try to inject her family into what they were doing. But my mama had said, and my daddy had said, and man, I don't know about this. And you trying to lead me to destruction, and you just trying to lead me to death. She said, I'm going to go. No hesitation. Again, no double-mindedness. It says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Right. She wasn't double-minded, man. She rolled with what the Spirit was showing her what was right. Very important. I mean, these are her characteristics. I mean, we can't get around it. This is how she rolled, but now we see why she was the one that was chosen. Because these things were already in her. The situation didn't put these things in her. These things were already there. The situation illuminated the things in her. Whether or not she was going to be righteous and willing to follow. She was willing to follow. She wasn't like, nah, I'll go when I want to go. 10 days, nah, 50 days, and I'm going to holler at y'all later. No, she followed. She was willing to follow.
Let me think about it.
Yeah, let me think about it. You know what I'm saying? What is it? What's in it for me? What am I going to get? Y'all
plans.
I got plans next week. You know what I'm saying? I had plans with my brother and with my uncle. You know, I had plans with mama to get my nails done.
I want to finish school first.
Yeah, I want. Damn. I wanted to finish school first, right? What about my degree? Every time I make plans with my family, it's like the Most High's work comes up. Hey, it says every man's, what does it say? Every man deviseth his way, but every man's going to the. I'm butchering it. Let's just get it real quick, because I'm butchering the scriptures. I think I just put two scriptures together. Oh my God, it's in Proverbs, man. There's a few of them actually. There's a few of them actually. I try to combine like three scriptures right there. Where is it at? Oh man, hilarious! You got to see the character. The character of our women, man, way back. It's crazy. Oh, here it is. Proverbs 16 and verse 9. A man's heart deviseth his way, but the Lord directeth his steps. Proverbs 20 and 24. A man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his way? You see that? So, yeah, the man's going is of the Lord, but she recognized that. She didn't come up with 50,000 excuses why not to, and use her family as the crutch to not follow through in righteousness. All right? So, just more example. All those positive attributes and beauty, I'm sure Isaac wasn't displeased. Oh, no, he wasn't.
Nah.
Him was ready.
Yes.
Him was ready. You know, and think about it. When you sit there and from another person, and you hear the discretion and the charity and the love, think about any man, and another person comes to you and tells you all the good works your rib is doing. Like, man, your rib was on point. She was moving like this. And you like, I'm in love. Right? You just like, man, ain't nothing better than hearing that.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than hearing like, oh, your rib, brother, she was on point. She was moving like this. She was in the spirit. You just like, wow. Rakatayawa. Right? Just like when you hear it about brothers, you're like, damn, that brother was on point. Rakatayawa. You see what I'm saying? So Isaac heard them things. He was like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then obviously from then, that love started to grow. Read on. Where you at?
25?
Yeah. Genesis 25 and verse 1. One of our favorite chapters.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 1. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Midan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shuha.
Right, so Abraham had 6 sons after Sarah died. Yes, he took another wife, right? And he went along and had 6 more sons. Go ahead.
And Jokshan begat Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Lehumimim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanak, and Abida, and Eldah. These were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. Mm-hmm. And unto the sons of the concubines,
right,
which Abraham had,
right,
Abraham gave gifts.
Yeah, the concubines, they didn't get the inheritance, man. He gave them gifts. His gifts were what, though? Land. Midian had a whole country, though. The land of Midian. The Midianites, they became a people. I mean, all 12, all of them actually became people, but Midian, they went further along. Some of them got cut off, but we know about Midian scripturally and a few other descendants of Abraham through these 6 men. Go ahead.
And sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country.
Yeah, get away from the air. Get away from the air. That's how we dealt. Get away from the air. Y'all gonna do y'all thing. I'm gonna deal with the air. Go ahead.
And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 100 years.
Right, 103 score. What is that? 175.
Yes, sir.
175 he lived to. Gee, I didn't realize he lived that long. Wow. Yeah, 3 score is 60. Yep, 15, 70. Yeah, he lived 175, man. Wow. It's a long time, man. Go ahead.
And then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zoar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that the Most High blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well, the Harari. These are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names, according to their generations, the firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Abdil, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Timah, Jeter, Naphish, and Kerma. These are the sons of Ishmael. These are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael.
See, and that was the blessing of Ishmael, that he was going to bring forth. He was going to bring forth nations, and that was his blessing. That was what he got. He brought. It said 12 princes. They had towns and castles. I mean, is that not a feat?
That is,
I mean, bro, 12 sons. Come on, man. 12 sons. That's a blessing. Abraham had 6. Abraham had 8 sons. I mean, that's a blessing, man. To have all those children. And think about it. These 12, that whole Middle Eastern, they brought forth that whole Middle East. All those Arabs, all those Arab nations, that's Ishmael. They know. They'll tell you, my forefather is Ishmael. Go to any one of them. Go to any one of those Middle Easterners. You said what?
He said go to any one of the gas stations.
That's terrible. It's true though. Go to any gas station. Go to any Conoco and ask them, who's your forefather? They tell you. They'll say Ishmael. They say Ishmael, but they got it messed up. Talking about Abraham was a Muslim. Hell nah. Abraham was a Hebrew. There wasn't no Muslim back then. But they'll tell you, Ishmael is their first descendant. They know. They know. Muhammad came through Ishmael.
All the nations know they built the name.
They know. The only ones that don't
We know.
is we. The ox knoweth the owner, the ass is master's crib, but Israel doeth not consider. Read.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 17 from the top. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years.
Wow. Even Ishmael lived 130 years. That's a long time. 40 years less than his dad. It's a long time, man. Go ahead.
And he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur.
Why did it say that? Gathered unto his people? Because after a while, his people wasn't our people no more. His people was his people. Abraham's people was Abraham's people. You see that? Isaac's people was Isaac's people. Go ahead.
That is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. That's it. From there, we're going to go to 1 Kings chapter 1, 1 through 3.
Right, so next week we'll jump back into Genesis and we'll read about Isaac, Jacob, Esau, right? So-called white man. If you don't believe it, it's too bad. But you don't need too many books and outside sources to understand who the so-called white man is, just according to Genesis 25.
You really don't.
All you got to do is read Genesis 25 and you know who the white man is.
You know what's crazy? If you can't, Esau is like the easiest one where you don't even need like the outside books.
Nope.
All you got to do is read the scriptures.
Yep.
So if you can't figure out that Esau is the white man just through the scriptures, then
You gotta read. You gotta reread and meditate.
my question is this: what else don't you believe?
Oh, there's a lot. What else are you stumbling at?
What else?
Yeah, man. What else? What else do you stumble at?
Con.
Where we at? Kings.
1 Kings chapter 1.
Yeah, another good story right here. These histories you got to get into, man. It's very, very good reading. I got a very high affinity for Samuel, the book of Samuel, 1 and 2, and 1 Kings 1 and 2. I just love the stories in them. It's crazy. And then, you get into Chronicles and you're kind of like, not a names. You get into Chronicles, you're like, oh man, if there was some scriptures you're going to fall asleep on, it's Chronicles. It's all names, but it's important.
Yeah, it's important.
Because you learn who came from who, and it gives a little bit more detail.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, 1 Kings, 2 Kings.
Hey, listen, we should all appreciate Chronicles. We don't have chronicles of our history and our lineage now.
Yeah.
So we should very much appreciate reading through Chronicles because you never know. You could be reading about yourself.
That is so true.
And you know what's
You
cool?
never know.
You know what's cool about this? This is detailed record of our lineage, right? It didn't stop. This didn't stop until after they destroyed the temple in 70 AD. We still kept record. So in 70 AD, that's when the record keeping stopped. The intricate record keeping of knowing who came from who and who beget who. That's when that stopped. Like really, when it was just like wiped out and there's no. Now you just got to go off an old record. But we weren't keeping records to this detail. Who beget this person from this tribe, right? So when you go and you deal with Yahweh Shai, it was intricate record of his descent, where he descended from. They couldn't make it up. You couldn't make up someone's ancestry. Like when you go to Ancestry.com, and they lie to you and tell you that you half African, half German, part Polish, a quarter Cherokee, and like a fifth Negro. Yeah, and a little bit German Shepherd, right? They throw that in there, right? You part pit bull, like, huh? That's weird, right? We didn't need all that. That's why it kills me when Israelites is like the H1N blood type. What is it? The
H1N1?
H1? No, that's a disease.
Oh, HB.
It's like
The blood type,
Yeah.
the HB, this. I'm like,
Yeah.
nigga, get out of here. We had records. We wasn't drawing blood and putting it on a plate like, oh, you fit this blood type, so you're an Israelite. We kept intricate record. That's why Chronicles is so important. That's why Numbers is important. Leviticus, it gives you the genealogy of our people, man. Right. So let's jump back. Kings 1. Let's do it.
First Kings chapter 1. Now the king David was old and stricken in years, and they covered him with clothes, and he begat no heat. Where his servants said unto him, Let there be sought for my lord the king a young virgin, and let her stand before the king, and let her cherish him, and let her lie in thy bosom,
Right?
that my lord the king may get heat.
Yeah, he was old. He was old. He couldn't generate enough body heat to keep warm. He lived his life. He fought his battles, and I get it. My grandpa's 102, and they sent me a WhatsApp of him trying to walk. He's in Jamaica. They sent me this little video of him trying to walk, and I looked and I was like, dang, he got very, very skinny. He lost a lot of weight. Like you can see his thigh, his whole leg is probably the size of my arm. He just lost a lot. He was a small man anyway. He's a small little guy, but he got real skinny. And so when I was reading this last night and I saw the video, I was like, yeah, that dude he needs a young Abishag. He needs something young to keep him warm at night, generate that body heat, but I get it. You lose muscle, you lose the sustainability to generate your own heat. So what did they do for David? They brought him a young woman to keep him warm at night. I mean, it's the king.
It's the king, man.
I would hope that, you know what I'm saying, if there was nobody there to keep me warm, brothers would find somebody to keep me warm. Lawfully. Go ahead, read on, man.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
So they sought for a fair damsel
right.
of all the coast of Israel.
Right.
And found Abishag.
Right.
The Shunammite.
The Shunammite from Shunem. She was an Issacharite. This was an Issacharite woman that they brought to David. When you look up Shunem, that land was controlled by Issachar at this time.
Right. Yeah.
Right? It's funny because if you look at the map now, that territory or land, Shunem, is still there. They call it Tal Shunem. It's still there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. It got the little when you look it up on the map, it got the Star of David. It's like one of the only places that got the Star of David on the map. It's crazy. But it's there. It's called Tal Shunem. It's right. You got Tel Aviv, which is down here on the coast. Then you got Tal Shunem, which is up here more north and northeast, more inland. Not too far from the coast, but inland. It's still there. But at that time, this is when Issachar controlled that land. So they brought him an Issacharite. Go ahead.
And brought her to the king.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Read. Remember, David had wives. David had women at this time. Remember, he still had what's Absalom's mother? What's Solomon's mother? He had Bathsheba. She was there. She was around, right? He had all these women that were around, but they were like, "Nah, we got to get him something young, keep him warm, right? You ready? Come. Mm-hmm.
Benaiah Shabbat Shal Yahawada Ban Yashar men of Israel Amad Barak
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabrak
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabrak Young Abishag. Now all the brothers want to get old and lose body heat so they get the young Abishag.
I'd rather keep my body.
Right? I'm like, man, I want to be able to generate heat. Con. Nah. You know what they say? Natural. You know what they say? There's nothing beats natural, right? Nothing beats natural heat.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd rather stay young too.
Yeah, I'd rather generate my own heat. But hey, you never know. But anyway, he went and got this woman. They went and got this woman to do that. Read where you at. You at verse 4? Verse 5?
1 Kings chapter 1 verse 4. And the damsel was very fair, and cherished the king, and ministered to him.
Right?
But the king knew her not.
Yeah, so they try to say that she was like his concubine, or he didn't lay with her. She was there for the purpose. She was basically like a nurse.
Yeah.
She was basically a nurse to him. I mean, but it said that she cherished him and ministered to him. So not just that she warmed the bed, but whatever he needed.
Yeah.
They brought her in as like a live-in nurse. It's pretty dope. But it showed you that it showed you the discretion of even David.
Yeah.
After a point where he's like, man, I'm old, bro. I can barely get body heat.
It's true.
Can't get body heat. His blood probably wasn't even flowing the way it needed to. So he wasn't hard up on trying to lay with some woman because she was there. It's not how we roll. We roll. It's just showing you even David's discretion. It said he knew or not. He didn't make it a sexual thing. You know. Go ahead. I like it. Go ahead.
Then Adonijah, the son of Haggith,
Yep.
exalted himself.
Right. So Adonijah is David's son. He's I believe, the older son. He was older than Solomon. Go ahead.
Saying, I will be king. And he prepared him chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him.
So this dude got very presumptuous. David ain't even dead yet. He's talking about, I'm about to be king. And he went, got chariots, horsemen. Go ahead.
And his father had not displeased him at any time in saying, Why hast thou done so? And he also was a very goodly man.
Right, so real quick, I'll read it. So when you go to 2 Samuel 3 and verse 2, it says, And unto David were sons born in Hebron. His firstborn was Anan of Ahinoam, the Jezreelitess. Well, we know Anan, he did what? What did he do? Amnon, what did he do? He raped his sister.
That's right.
Right? And the second, Chileab of Abigail, wife of Nabal, the Carmelitess. And third, Absalom, son of Maacah, the daughter of Telma, king of Geshur. And the fourth, Adonijah, the son of Haggith, the fifth. So, he didn't even have Solomon yet. He didn't have Solomon yet. That's why Adonijah was like, nah, I'm next in line. Remember, Amnon's gone. Absalom's gone. He's dead. They're both dead, right? Let's see here.
What was the second one again?
Amnon, Chileab, Absalom, Adonijah. I'm not sure what happened to Chileab. I don't remember what happened to the second son. Somebody might want to find that. But we know Adonijah, being the fourth born, he took it upon himself to anoint himself. He wasn't looking at Solomon because Solomon came after him. Right? So go ahead. Just a little understanding of how the sons line up. Go ahead.
And his mother bare him after Absalom.
Right. Read.
And he conferred with Joab, the son of
Zeruiah,
and with
Abiathar,
the priest. And they, following Adonijah, helped him.
Right. So Joab was David's nephew, and also he was the leader of his. He was the head of his army at one point. At this time, he's no longer the head of the army because what did Joab do? Who knows what he did? Who did he kill unjustly? Huh? No. He killed one of Saul's men. Who was it?
The second leader.
Joab killed Abner, but he killed him. Hey, come here real quick. Let me talk to you. Stabbed him in the side. Boom. Killed him. So David cursed Joab. David cursed Joab and said, "Let not one from his house fall on the sword, walk with a cane, or beg bread." So David wasn't messing with Joab no more. So Joab decided to align himself with Adonijah, which is David's son. And this was wrong for them to do. They basically were consorting to take the rulership from under David, from under Solomon. So his nephew and his son conspired against Solomon to take the kingdom. Family ain't family all the time, man. Joab was pissed off because David basically just got rid of him for what he did. But Joab was wrong. Joab was mad at Abner because Abner killed his brother in battle. He killed him in battle. It was just. But then the way he killed Abner, that was unjust. To the point where David, remember, Abner was Saul's right-hand man. He was his general in the army. David had to go speak at Abner's funeral to show the people that he wasn't down with the way Abner was killed. You see that? He spoke at his funeral. He spoke at his grave. He said he did a fast and he wept for Abner. Then he cursed Joab. That's one of my favorite curses.
Yeah,
he cursed him. He hit him. Right? So anyway, that's a little backstory on the people. So his son and his nephew are conspiring with one of the priests to take the kingdom from Solomon. Go ahead.
But Zadok the priest and Benaiah the son of
Jehoiada.
Jehoiada
So that's Benaiah, right? Go ahead.
and Nathan the prophet
Right?
and
Shimei.
Shimei and Rai and the mighty men which belonged to David were not with Adonijah.
Right, so they stood, the mighty men, they stood with David. Benaiah being one of them, Shimei, Rai. They stuck with David, man, because they realized no matter what, David is alive. He's still the king. Go ahead.
And Adonijah slew sheep and oxen and fat cattle by the stone of Zoheleth,
Zoheleth. Yep.
which is by an Rogel, and called all his brethren the king's son, and all the men of Judah the king's servants. But Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah and the mighty men, and Solomon his brother, he called not.
Mm-hmm.
Wherefore Nathan spake unto Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, saying, Hast thou not heard that Adonijah the son of Haggith doeth reign, and David our Lord knoweth it not? Now therefore come, let me, I pray thee, give thee counsel that thou mayest save thine own life, and the life of thy son Solomon. Go and get thee in unto King David, and say unto him, Didst not thou, my lord, O king, swear unto thine handmaid, saying, Assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne? Why then doeth Adonijah reign? Behold, while thou yet talkest there with the king, I also will come in after thee, and confirm thy words.
Mm-hmm.
And Bathsheba went in unto the king into the chamber, and the king was very old.
Mm-hmm.
And
Abishag.
And Abishag, the
Shunammite.
ministered unto the king.
Mm-hmm.
And Bathsheba bowed.
No, she was upset.
And Bathsheba bowed.
Wait, why you up in here with my husband?
And Bathsheba bowed.
Listen, look at the respect David got, even in his old age, from Bathsheba. She wasn't sitting there like, why are you doing this? I could do it. Get about the way. That's my man. She bowed, dropped her business, and rolled.
Yep.
Let this sister do what she got to do. It was a different mind state way back when. And David was, come on, man, he couldn't even get heat. You think he was going to sit there and argue with some woman? You think he was going to sit there and argue with his rib about what she, hell nah, he wasn't going to argue. He was the king still. But she respected, even in his old age, think about it. You know, you get with a woman, you be with her for so long, and what does she start to lose for you? She starts to lose respect because we're growing old together, she's comfortable. Bathsheba bowed to David, even in his old age. Kept that respect and didn't question why he had some little young tender in there taking care of him. Oh, she's young. Oh, you don't love me no more? All that stuff? Hell nah, they wasn't dealing with that. It wasn't you trying to replace me? Yeah, he did. He did replace her. He got a woman that was going to do what needed to be done in his age. He was old. Bathsheba was probably old too.
Yeah, I don't
They had time to be taking care of the king like that, so they had to get somebody that was able. But imagine if she got her pride up in her feelings. Oh, you went and got somebody young. Yeah, she got to be able to bend down to change things and move around the way I need her to move. You old too. You need somebody to minister to you. You know what I'm saying? Man, go ahead.
And did obeisance unto the king.
Yeah, obeisance, man. Look that word up real quick. Ugh. I love these stories. David wasn't playing. Remember when Saul's daughter disrespected him? He said he shut her ass up in a tower and made her a widow for the rest of her days. She died without children. Man. See, a lot of sisters, man. A lot of sisters, y'all don't have that pressure on you because you're the only one. That other wife sometimes will put you in check. Meaning what? If you ain't gonna do what you gotta do, he got options. And y'all take advantage of the fact that he ain't got options. And what do? You try to reign supreme and have it your way? Listen, the kingdom, ooh-wee. Read that.
Obeisance.
Right?
A bow or courtesy.
A what?
A bow or courtesy.
Right, she was courteous. Go ahead.
An act of reverence.
She what?
An act of reverence.
Yeah, she reverenced her husband. That's what the scriptures say. Wives, reverence your husbands. Go ahead.
Made by an inclination of the body or the knee.
Right, she bowed the knee. Right? Go ahead.
That's it, sir.
Right, that's it on that. So she showed obeisance, man. Respect. Reverence. As her husband and as the king, no matter what age he was at. Oh, this nigga's all he don't know. Nah, he knows. The Most High knows. See, what was she doing? Colossians 3:23, whatsoever you do, do it wholeheartedly unto the Most High and not unto men. They always kept the Most High as the forefront, even the women at this time. That the king is old, but who does the king represent? And if I'm bowing to the king, I'm bowing to Yahweh Shai and the Most High. That's how we all supposed to be rolling. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you're doing garments. You better act like them garments is for Christ. Yeah, they're for your husband. But your husband should, in your eyes, be that carnal manifestation of the Most High in Christ. So when I'm doing garments, when I'm cooking a meal, when I'm cleaning the school, I'm cleaning this school as if Yahweh Shai is about to walk through these doors. I'm cooking a meal as if Yahweh Shai is about to be the critic, right? Like his taste buds is about to hit dip and sop. Right? I'm sewing these garments like I'm trying to make the golden girdle of Euphaz for Yahweh Shai himself. This is where our mind should be at. When I study, I'm studying like as if Yahweh Shai is going to test me on my knowledge. Hey, brother, break that down for me. Con! And you drop it. Right? I'm studying my test as if Yahweh Shai himself hand delivered me the test out of the heavens. This is the mind that we got to be in. All of us, men and women. Bottom line, sis.
I was going to say, sisters shouldn't take offense like they're not good enough to be the only wife, you know?
Right.
In other words, she's not lesser than, he just needs another helpmeet from him also,
Right.
And so what I've noticed, sometimes is that the first wife will take offense, like she's not good enough.
Right.
Or that she hasn't done enough. No, you put your bricks in, you've done, you're still doing it,
Right. That's a good point.
He needs someone else also to augment that, and maybe
too,
her
that's okay.
personality's a little different.
That's okay.
Whatever, but they need not to take offense.
Right. There's nothing to be offended over unless you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing and you become the replacement or you've been replaced. Think about it. If a man has, okay, so if a man has two wives and he's dealing with both his wives, no one has been replaced.
Right.
He's just adding on to his situation, to the situation. But if he got two ribs, or if he got one wife, and then the first wife is being slowly transitioned out of the equation, she got to check herself. That means that you're not living up to your standard, and the Most High is easing someone that's going to live up to the standard. But it shouldn't be. You should be offended if your husband don't want a second wife. That's where you should be offended, because it's like, wait a minute, where's my mind at? You should be really checking, like, how come he's not doing it? How come he's not even mentioning it to me? Because you ain't ready. You ain't built up enough. Your mind ain't there yet, where even if I present the concept, some of y'all, when you read, like, we go to Timothy's, a man of a first wife, and we break that down, you start vomiting inside your own throat. You start getting bubble guts. You start getting ulcers. You start getting anxious and nervous, and you start in your mind like, no, if you do that, I'm leaving. Like, and you start rocking back and forth. Like them demons start jumping on you and moving you a certain type of way. Yeah, you just start doing the Stevie, like, what the hell's wrong with that sister? Right? And you just rocking back and forth like, and we see it, we like, yeah, she ain't ready. You can't even bring that to her. You know why? Because that's gonna cause her to stumble. That's gonna cause her to stumble. So a lot of brothers got to back up off that because, and we don't push that here. We don't push that. We teach that a man needs to master that first relationship before he tries to endeavor into another one. But when you get to a certain point, and if the Most High does open that door up for that man, and he doesn't step into that realm, some of you women got to check yourselves and see why. He still has to consider that. What's up? What's up? Like, you over here dying. What's up?
Nah, I'll tell you.
Oh, some of y'all got to really consider yourselves and say, damn, why can't my husband pursue that? Because it's going to be your stumbling block, right? But anyway, let's jump back. Read on. Right? Ribs are hilarious, man. Go ahead, read.
And the king said, what wouldest thou? And she said unto him, my lord, thou swearest by the Lord thy God unto thine handmaid, saying, assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne. And now, behold, Adonijah reigneth, and now, my lord, the king, thou knowest it not. And he hath slain oxen and fat cattle and sheep in abundance, and hath called all the sons of the king and of Abiathar the priest, and Joab the captain of the host. But Solomon thy servant hath he not called. And thou, my lord, O king, the eyes of all Israel are upon thee, that thou shouldest tell them who shall sit on the throne of my lord the king after him. Otherwise it shall come to pass, when my lord the king shall sleep with his fathers, that I and my son Solomon shall be counted offenders.
Right. Basically, if you don't say who's going to be king now, when you pass away, if Adonijah carries that throne, he's going to kill us. Yeah. So it shows you the character of Adonijah. He wasn't a good bro. He wasn't a good brother. That power, that rulership. Cats get covetous, man. It's crazy. This dude was so off. This guy was so off, though. Adonijah. He tried to go after Abishag.
Yeah.
He tried to go after Abishag.
And Solomon was like, what? Solomon just give him the kingdom?
Solomon was like, what the hell are you talking about? I think Solomon put him to death.
Yeah.
Behind that. Remember, that wasn't even David's concubine or woman. Said he knew her not. Right? But just off principle. Why the hell you want to lay with a woman that had been laid up with pops?
That's true.
Right?
Right.
She been laid up with pops, and you want to take her as a rib? Adonijah was off. But Solomon put him to death for that. When you read on in the story. Good story, man. Good little saga. Right?
Yeah, I like that.
I love it.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's Game of Thrones, man. That's where they get it from. All this infighting and all this, family drama and who's going to use wisdom and who's not. And Solomon had to really prove himself early, being a king. The things that he had to deal with some hard matters early. I mean, he had to put a brother to death. That's not an easy task. Go ahead.
And lo, while she yet talked with the king, Nathan the prophet also came in. And they told the king, saying, behold, Nathan the prophet. And when he was come in before the king, he bowed himself before the king with his face to the ground. And Nathan said, my lord, O king, hast thou said Adonijah shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne? For he is gone down this day, and hath slain oxen and fat cattle, and sheep in abundance, and hath called all the king's sons, and the captains of the hosts, and Abiathar the priest, and behold, they eat and drink before him, and say, God save King Adonijah. But me, even me, thy servant, and Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and thy servant Solomon, hath he not called? Is this thing done by my lord the king, and thou hast not showed it unto thy servant? Who should sit on the throne of my lord the king after him? Then King David answered and said, Call me Bathsheba. And she came into the king's presence, and stood before the king. And the king sware and said, As the Lord liveth, that hath redeemed my soul out of all distress, even as I swear unto thee by the Lord God of Israel, saying, Assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne in my stead. Even so will I certainly do this day. Then Bathsheba bowed with her face to the earth, and did reverence to the king, and said, Let my lord King David live forever.
That's it. We're gonna move to St. John, chapter 4 and verse 3.
Eleazar, Ithamar. Right. And, you know, you're probably wondering, because there's two sets of priests in the story. There's Zadok and there's Abiathar. They come from the same forefather, but then they're sons of brothers. So even that, think about it. One priest went with Adonijah, one priest went with David. One priest kept the standard, and one went with the damn rebel. You see that? It was, and David disturbed them both. And Zadok of the sons of Eleazar, and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar. So you had Eleazar, and you had Ithamar. Those were, Eleazar and Ithamar were, Eleazar and Ithamar. But obviously from two different brothers, and they went two different ways. You see that? So it's crazy, man. You got to know how you know, right?
Eleazar and Ithamar was Aaron's son.
Right. Eleazar and Ithamar were Aaron's sons. Right. Yeah, I didn't want to throw that. Yeah. But what two sons of his died?
His two sons that died was had to be Nadab and Abihu.
Nadab and Abihu, right. And then Ithamar and Eleazar, because he had 4 sons, they lived.
Yeah.
Right. But then they were split up after time. As far as, do we roll in righteousness or do we roll in wickedness?
Yeah, Nadab and Abihu. And Abihu died when they offered the
Strange fire, the strange incense. Right. They were burning that strange incense, which is basically anything other than what the priest was commanded to burn. Alright? We can't speculate on what the strange incense was. They could have been burning damn straw for all we know. That's not what the Most High wanted. He said our prayers go up to him like frankincense and myrrh, like a sweet savior. So, where we at?
John chapter 4, verse 3. John chapter 4, verse 3. He left Judea and departed again into Galilee, and he must needs go through Samaria. Then cometh he to a city of Samaria, which is called Sychar, near to the parcel of ground that Jacob gave to his son Joseph. Now Jacob's well was there. Jesus therefore, being weary with his journey, sat thus on the well. And it was about the 6th hour. There cometh a woman of Samaria to draw water. Yahushua said unto her, Give me to drink. For his disciples were gone away into the city to buy meat. Then saith the woman of Samaria unto him,
Where we at?
We're at John chapter 4 and verse 9.
Oh, woman at the well.
Yeah. Also, when it said that the 6th hour back then, whenever the sun rose up, you would count every hour after the sun rose up. So the sun usually rises between 5 and 6 o'clock. So the 6th hour is usually like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Midday.
Midday.
The hottest point of the day.
Hottest point of the day.
Yeah.
And you can see why. You can see also why he came. Like, man, I need some water. It was hot.
Who's going to minister? Who's going to be righteous like Rebecca? Yahushua knew about Rebecca. The angel shall go forth. Go ahead.
Sure.
How is it that thou, being a Jew, ask drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans. Yahushua answered and said unto her, If thou knewest the gift of the Most High, and who it is that saith to thee, Give me to drink, thou wouldest have asked of him, and he would have given thee living water.
Yeah, he's checking her. He's like, listen, if you if you really knew who I was, you'd be asking me for water. You'd be asking me for wisdom, not the other way around. Go ahead.
The woman saith unto him, Sir, thou hast nothing to draw with, and the well is deep.
See, she wasn't getting it. She thought he was talking about real water. Go ahead.
From whence then hast thou that living water? Art thou greater than our father Jacob, which gave us the well, and drank thereof himself, and his children, and his cattle? Yahushua answered and said unto her, Whosoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again. But whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into everlasting life.
Yeah, that's why Yahushua. What was another name for Yahushua?
Lord.
Yeah, many names. What's the name I'm looking for according to this?
The wellspring?
Day spring.
Day spring.
Yeah. Another name for Christ. They call him the day spring. See that? Where we at now?
Next reader.
Any questions?
We're actually going to first Esdras.
Any questions on that?
Con, I've never read the Day Spring.
Yeah, it's in find it for you right now. You didn't watch the class that I did about all the names of names of Yahushua?
No, I did not, sir.
Yeah, if you watch that class, I went over that.
I'll find it.
Day spring. S-P-R-I-S-J-S-P-R-I-N-G. It's Luke 178. Through thy tender mercies of the Most High, whereby the day spring from on high hath visited us. Prevent the sun to give thee thanks. Not day spring. Yeah, when you go into that, that was one of the other names of Yahushua. Day spring. Oh. Yep.
Shatak, Shabbat Shah, Yahudah, Ban Yashra'ala, Men of Israel, Ibanyu, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakatah.
going to be at 1 Esdras chapter 9.
Dang. I just found another one. Another name for Yahweh Shai, the branch. Woo! It's cold.
John. 1 Esdras chapter 9, verse 1. Then Ezra, rising from the court of the temple, went to the chamber of Joanne, the son of Elizabeth, Elizabeth,
Where you at?
Elias.
Where we at?
1 Ezra chapter 9, verse 1.
There's Esdras. And Esdras, rising from the court of the temple, went into the chamber of Jonathan, the son of Eliasib.
Elias.
Eliasib.
And remained there, and did eat no meat, nor drink water, mourning for the great iniquity of the multitude. And there was a proclamation in all Jewry and Jerusalem to all them that were of the captivity.
Right, so remember what happened last week that we read. They gave the decree through Darius and Cyrus, the decree for Israel, the Jews, to go rebuild the temple. They funded it, they paid for it, right? They gave us the license to go back and do according to our Jewry, right? Like they use in the scriptures.
Yeah.
Just showing you that the Most High used the nations for our benefit. They enslaved us, but then they came back and recognized that the Most High is the King of Kings, power of powers. Let these people do what they got to do towards Him. Our slavery had nothing to do with really us serving the Most High. When you look at it from their standpoint, let them go serve their God. We'll even help. Most High put it in their spirit to help. So now we're here where the men, we read it earlier, the men made an oath to the Most High to get rid of their nation, wives, and children, right? Which we know they didn't have to get rid of the children, but that was the level of that was the level that they wanted to go to. They didn't have to get rid of the kids, but the kids were gone, so far gone that they may not have been salvageable in their eyes to be brought back into that righteous mind. All right, so that's where we're at now. Go ahead.
That they should be gathered together at Jerusalem. Verse 4. And that whosoever meet not within 2 or 3 days, according as the elders that their rule appointed, their cattle should be seized to the use of the temple, and himself cast from them that were of the captivity. And in 3 days were all they of the tribe of Judah and Benjamin gathered together at Jerusalem, the 20th day and of the 9th month. And all the multitude sat trembling in the broad court of the temple because of the present foul weather. So Ezra rose up and said unto them, Ye have transgressed the law in marrying strange wives, thereby to increase the sins of Israel. And now by confessing give glory unto the Most High power of our fathers, and do His will, and separate yourselves from the heathen of the land, and from the strange women. Then cried the whole multitude, and said with a loud voice, As like as thou hast spoken, so will we do. But for as much as the people are many, and it is foul weather, so that we cannot stand without, and this is not a work of a day or two, seeing our sins in these things is spread far. Therefore, let the rulers of the multitude say, let all them of our habitations that have strange wives come at a time appointed, and with them the rulers and judges of every place, till we turn away the wrath of the Lord from us for this matter. Then Jonathan, the son of Azel, and
Zacchaeus,
the son of
Theocanus,
accordingly took this matter upon themselves. And Mosolam and Levi and Levis and Sabbathias helped them. And they that were of the captivity did according to all these things. Verse 16. And Esdras the priest chose unto him the principal men of their families, all by name. And in the first day of the 10th month, they sat together to examine the matter. 17. So their cause that held strange wives was brought to an end in the first day of the month. 18. And of the priests that were come together and that had strange wives, there were found the son of Jesus, of the sons of Jesus, the son of Josedek, and his brethren, Methilis, and Eleazar, and Jerubas, and Joadanus. And they gave their hand to put away their wives, and to offer rams to make a reconciliation for their heirs. 21. And the sons of Elmer, Ananias, and Zacchaeus, and Ananias, and Samias, and Harurel, and Azarias, and the sons of Pasahiser, and
Elionias,
Messias, Ishmael, and Nathanael, and Abdillas,
all the names,
and
Talsus. Every week you get every name. It's terrible.
Hey, I love it.
Get your name game up.
I love it.
Get your name game up.
Con.
Probably don't have a lot of kids.
The water. Appreciate that. And of the Levites, Prozambat, and Simis, and Corlius, who was called Chaldeus, and Pathus, and Judas, and Jonas, of the holy singers, Elizurus, Bacchurus, of the potters, Salumas, and Tobanes. Of them of Israel, the sons of Boris, Hiermus, and Adias, and Miltias, and Maelas, and Eleazar, and as Abbas, and Bananas, sons of Eli, Mattanias, Zacharias, and her
Hierelius.
Hyrelius
Hierelius, yeah.
and
27.
Hiramoth and Aedas, and of the sons of Zamoth, Eliadus,
Yeah, Eliadis. Eliasimus.
Eliasimus,
Othanias.
Jeremoth, and Sabbathus, and Shardias, of the sons of
Bebai.
Johannes, and
Ananias.
and Josaphat, and Amathus, of the sons of
Manai.
Olamas,
Momichuas.
Mama Chewis,
Jeruius.
Jehuias, Basubas,
Jasubas.
Jaisel, and Harimus, of the sons of Adi, Nathas, and
Mosias.
Lucanus, and Nadias, and Mathanas, and Sistel, Balunas, and Manasi. Of the sons of Ananias, Elonias, and Asi, and Melchias, and Sabias, and Simon, Chosamias. Of the sons of Asum, Altheus, and Matthias, and Benaiah, Eliphelet, and Manassas, and Simei. And of the sons of Meani, Jeremias, Momdis, Omarius, Joel, Mabdiai, and Belez, and Anos,
Arabasan,
and Eliasbus,
and Asibus,
and
Mamnit Anaemus.
Mamnit Anaemus.
Right.
Elias, Benas, Eliah, Samis, Selemias, Nethanias, and of the sons of Ozorah, Cephas, Israel, Azalias, Samathus, Zabis, Joseph. I like that name. Joseph.
You messed that one up.
It's not Joseph.
It's Josephus. You messed that one up.
Josephus.
Right? It's Josephus.
Homosexual. Oh yeah, come. Bro, I'm already sweating.
He's like, I like that name. Josephus, right? Basically.
God. And the sons of Ithmar, Mazidas, Zebedias, Edis, Joel, Benias. All these had taken strange wives. All of them took strange wives.
A lot of transgression going on.
God, the names was transgressing.
Right?
And they put them away with their children.
And that's it for his reading.
Are you serious? Wow, you got one regular word in the whole reading?
Oh man.
Wow.
God. Hey,
That is hilarious.
The Most High has a sense of humor.
He does.
Yeah,
He
He
does.
does.
that is funny. Every week. There's no names in Ecclesiasticus. So
God, it's gonna be smooth sailing.
gonna be smooth sailing. Yeah.
You gonna read the pre-law?
Right?
I like the prologue though.
It's all English.
Mm-hmm.
It's all regular English.
God, verse 37. And the priests and Levites and they that were of Israel dwelt in Jerusalem and in the country, and the first day of the 7th month. So the children of Israel were in their habitations, and the whole multitude came together with one accord into the broad place of the holy porch toward the east. Verse 39. And they spake unto Esdras the priest and reader that he would bring the law of Moses that was given of the Lord Yahweh of Israel. So Esdras the chief priest brought the law unto the whole multitude from man to woman and to all the priests to hear the law in the first day of the 7th month. And he read in the broad court before the holy porch from morning unto midday, before both men and women, and all the multitude gave heed unto the law. And Esdras the priest and reader of the law stood up upon a pulpit of wood which was made for that purpose. And there stood up by him Mattathias, Samus, Ananias, Azarias, Urias, Ezekias, Bales, Amos, upon the right hand.
So what were they doing? They were street teaching, man. They were on a podium, and he had brothers with him. They were street teaching. So they made a podium, and they went out there and they taught the law. Go ahead. Y'all looking at me like it's weird. Go ahead. So they made a pulpit of wood, right? And they stood on it and they taught the law. That's the same thing we do. Go ahead. Well, that's where we get it from. Go ahead.
Verse 45. Or verse 44. And upon his left hand stood Phaldias, Misael, Melchias, Lothasubas, and Nabarias. Then took Esdras the book of the law before the multitude, for he sat honorably in the first place in the sight of them all. And when he opened the law, they stood all straight up. So Esdras blessed the Lord God Most High, the God of hosts Almighty.
God.
And all the people answered Amen, and lifting up their hands, they fell to the ground and worshipped the Lord. Also Jesus, Annas, Sarabias, Adinus, Jacubus, Sabbatius, Artius, Maanias, and Calaitus, Azarias, and Joazabus, and Ananias, Baites, the Levites, taught the law of the Lord, making them withal to understand it. Then spake Atharetus unto Esdras the chief priest and reader, and to the Levites that taught the multitude, even to all, saying, This day is holy unto the Lord, for they all wept when they heard the law. Go then and eat the fat, and drink the sweet, and send part to them that have nothing. For this day is holy unto the Lord, and be not sorrowful, for the Lord will bring you to honor. So the Levites published all things to the people, saying, This day is holy to the Lord, be not sorrowful. Then went they their way, every one to eat and drink and make merry, and to give part to them that had nothing, and to make great cheer, because they understood the words wherein they were instructed, and for the which they had been assembled. This is going to be 2nd Esdras, the book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 1, verse 1.
Quick question.
Sir?
It said on verse 55, it says, because they understood the words wherein they were instructed. That means the same thing that we're being instructed to go out there and preach the word. Is that what I'm reading correct?
When they went there, verse 54. Verse 53, so the Levites published all things to the people, saying, This day is holy to the Lord, be not sorrowful. Then went their way, every one to eat and drink, and make merry, and give part to them that had nothing, and to make great cheer, because they understood the words wherein they were instructed, and for the which they had been assembled. So what's your question?
I'm just confused right here.
What was your question, though?
The question is, because they understood the words. These are the people that understood the words that they went out there to make cheer for, or this is for the men that went out there because they were instructed to go out there and preach the word?
Right, verse 54. Then they went their way, everyone that ate and drank and made merry, and give part to them that had nothing. So this was talking about the people. They went.
Oh, he told them to go.
Right, because remember, part of the law was to deal with the poor. To make, right, it says to give part to them that had nothing, and to make great cheer, because they understood the words wherein they were instructed. The people were being instructed by the priests, and for the which they have been assembled. The people were assembled by the priests to be shown the law,
To go give to the poor.
and not just that, but just how to live. Yeah, coming back to the law. Remember, they weren't dealing with the law of the Most High at this time.
Right.
So everything was kind of being brought back to their remembrance. Remember, a lot of these men done gave up women and children. You know what I'm saying? So even that had to be, listen, even though they did it, it doesn't mean that it was an easy thing to do.
Gone.
To depart with your wife and your child, it's your flesh. So, you know, but they had to be shown through the law. That's why it's necessary.
Second Ezra chapter 1 and verse 1. The second book of the prophet Esdras, the son of Sarias, the son of Azarias, the son of Hilkias, the son of Sadomias, the son of Sadak, the son of Achitub, the son of Achias, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the son of Amarias, the son of Aziel, the son of Marimoth, the son of Arna, the son of Ozias, the son of Borith, the son of Abisai, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron of the tribe of Levi, which was captive in the land of the Medes in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of the Persians.
Right, so Ezra was during the Persian and Mede empires. Y'all see that? And it's showing you that Ezra was a Levite, he was a priest.
Gone.
He came through that lineage. Go ahead.
Verse 4, and the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Go thy way, and show my people their sinful deeds, and their children their wickedness, which they have done against me, that they may tell their children's children.
Going right along with Isaiah 58 and 1.
Gone.
Cry loud, spare not, show my people their transgressions, and the house of Israel their sins. Right? Same thing with Ezekiel, the watchman. Right? Whether they hear or forbear, show them their sins. The Most High dealt with all the prophets the same way. Go out and show Israel where they messed up at. Let's bring them back.
Verse 6, because the sins of their fathers are increased in them, for they have forgotten me and have offered unto strange gods. Am not I even he that brought them out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage? But they have provoked me unto wrath and despised my counsels. Pull thou off then the hair of thy head, and cast all evil upon them. For they have not been obedient unto my law, but it is a rebellious people. Verse 9. How long shall I forbear them, unto whom I have done so much good? Many kings have I destroyed for their sakes. Pharaoh with his servants and all his power have I smitten down. All the nations have I destroyed before them. And in the east I have scattered the people of 2 provinces, even of Tyrus and Sidon, and have slain all their enemies. Speak thou therefore unto them, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I led you through the sea, and in the beginning gave you a large and safe passage. I gave you Moses for a leader and Aaron for a priest. I gave you light and a pillar of fire, and great wonders have I done among you. Yet have ye forgotten me, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Almighty Yahweh, the quails were as a token for you. I gave you tents for your safeguard. Nevertheless, ye murmured there.
Right, the quails being the manna. Go ahead.
And triumph not in my name for the destruction of your enemies, but ever to this day do ye yet murmur. Where are the benefits that I have done for you? When ye were hungry and thirsty in the wilderness, did ye not cry unto me? That's it.
So what am I reading to? Right, 2nd Esdras 1:18. Saying, Why hast thou brought us into this wilderness to kill us? It had been better for us to have served the Egyptians than to die in this wilderness. Then I had pity upon your mournings, and gave you manna to eat, and you did eat angels' bread. And when you were thirsty, did I not cleave the rock, and waters flowed out to your fill? For the heat covered you with the leaves. For the heat I covered you with the leaves of trees. Yeah, man, and you know, the one thing also for us, for new brothers and sisters coming into the knowledge, there's always going to be a little trial. There's always going to be a little proving ground. Don't go back because you're going through a little bit of what looks like is going to be a hard time. As soon as we got pulled out of Egypt and we got a little stomach cramp, we started to go back to Egypt. As soon as we got a little dryness in the throat, right? We start coughing a little bit because we was dry, parched. We start wanting to go back to Egypt. Just as soon as you feel a little bit of, or a perception of a pain, don't be so quick to revert back to, oh, I'm better off without the knowledge. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. The Most High didn't bring you into the knowledge to die. He actually brought you in to get you life. He said righteousness is immortal. Sin is death. So we gotta, look at things in a different perspective. You weren't brought to the wisdom, the knowledge. You weren't brought to the sacrifice to be the sacrifice and to lose your life. What you got?
It's Jeremiah chapter 44 and verse 16
Right.
and 17.
Right?
I'll read it. As for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee. Mm-hmm. But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense unto the Queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings, and our princes, in the city of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then we had plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil.
And that's the thing, man. We look at the victuals and the carnal possessions as our well-being. But the scriptures say victuals will be up on the earth so cheap you think that you're in good case. Right? We look at the victuals and, how are we going to be sustained? And what are we going to get to pursue this life? Remember, the things that we get to pursue this life are not going to be the same rewards that you get in the normal life. It ain't going to be the same as far as the everlasting possessions. But, I got a car. You got a car. I got a house. I got food. I got money, a little bit of it. I can put gas in my car.
Right.
And do the things that are needed to sustain. The abundant living, I may not be doing that. And I'm fine with that. I'm content. Godliness with content. The contentment is good. And that's where our people go off at. They don't want to be content in the spot where the Most High got them for a second.
Right.
He said, for your light affliction, right? That lasts but a moment. Don't get weary in that. Just paddle through it, man. Walk through it. It ain't as deep as you think it is. It ain't as rough as we think it is, man. And it's just a proving. Like, the scriptures say, prove a friend. The Most High is proving us. He's proving us through every situation, through every up, through every down. He's seeing it. How does this man deal when he's up? Are you going to be like Jeshurun? It said, Jeshurun wax fat and kick. That are waxing thick. That are overgrown with fatness. You going to get lazy because you're up? You're going to get sad and down on yourself because you're down? What are you going to do in these up and down moments? Well, the up and down moments is an in-between. Right? There's an in-between. And you should try to ride that in-between no matter where you are. He said, food will lead you to your own ruin. Yeah, that greedy belly.
Yeah.
Yeah, these cats had to pull up to the Buddhist temple and eat in the Buddhist temple. And they ain't even Buddhists. What that got to do with you? Or pull up in the Shaolin temple and try to eat what the monks is eating. What that got to do with you? But that's where we get thrown off. We try to, we don't rely on the Most High, man. We rely on ourselves to get things for ourselves. And a lot of times we get the wrong things for ourselves, as opposed to letting the Most High deliver the manna, deliver the water, guide you. Think about it. He brought us food, water, and a guide. And we still was like, nah, we want to go back to what made us comfy. We can't always be comfortable. We weren't even comfortable in Egypt. That's the sad part. We weren't even comfortable in Egypt. We were uncomfortable.
That's right.
We were discomforted, right? We hated it there, but
We don't even know what comfort is anymore as a people.
we don't.
We don't know what true comfort is.
We don't. Think about like literally being comfortable. Where the worry, the only time we're going to really get that, the Bible tells us, when the kingdom. Not going to be no pains and death, no sorrow, no worries. It ain't going to be none of that. We're going to be truly comfortable being who we are, being around one another.
Get a little rest.
Right, we're going to have that. We're going to be each other's rest. Yahweh Shai is going to be that rest.
That was Jeremiah chapter 44 and verse 16 and 17.
Yeah, I'll read on. Verse 21. I divided among you a fruitful land. I cast out the Canaanites, the Perizzites, and the Philistines before you. What shall I yet do more for you, saith the Lord? Thus saith the Almighty Power, when you were in the wilderness, in the river of the Amorites, being athirst, and blaspheming my name, I gave you not fire for your blasphemies, but cast a tree in the water, and made the river sweet. That was the river of Moriah, where it was bitter waters. And he told Moses, throw the branches in there, boom, and it made the water good, made the water sweet. Think about it. The Most High went above and beyond. He went above and beyond. Not only did he give you drinkable water, he made it sweet so you could know this is the Most High. Sweet water out of bitter? Come on, man.
It's true.
But that is a representation of our life. You go from this bitter life to this sweet life. It is a sweet life to understand why we go through. One of the biggest mysteries for our people is why. Why do we go through? Why are we in the hoods? Why are we in the ghettos and the slums? That's like the biggest mystery for our people. And then the other biggest mystery is, how do we get out? Then the other biggest mystery is, once we get out, what do we do from there? They can't solve one until they solve the first mystery. We got the first mystery solved. We know why. Our disobedience. So we're one up. But then we know how to get out. Wisdom. Right? But then we know what we do with the wisdom afterwards. We disperse it to the ones that want it, in hopes that when Yahweh Shai comes, we'll all be sitting pretty in that nice shiny kingdom. Right? We get it. We understand it. So he's reminding us, man, listen, one thing the Most High always did, and I love it, he always reminded us of our history. Not to smack us in the face with it or talk bad, but to remind us, don't keep following the course of your forefathers. Don't get weary and weak. Esdras, go remind these cats, man, if they didn't know, because ain't nobody teaching them, right? So go ahead and teach them their history, their shortcomings, and what I'm trying to do for them, right? Verse 24, what shall I do to thee, O Jacob? Now this is going to go with Romans 11. Listen carefully. What shall I do to thee, O Jacob? Thou, Judah, wouldest not obey me. I will turn me to other nations, and unto those I will give my name, that they may keep my statutes. Did that not happen? Right? He turned to the other nations. That's why the white man, he got Judaism and Christianity and all these other religions that are based off of the scriptures. But it tells you in Romans 11 and verse 7, through our fall, the world got rich. He said, I will provoke you to jealousy with them that are not a people, with the other nations, right? Verse 25, seeing you have forsaken me, I will forsake you also. When you desire me to be gracious unto you, I shall have no mercy upon you. And we've been desiring the mercy of the Most High for 430 years. And he's like, nope, nope, nope. You don't have to serve this punishment. You have to serve this punishment. You have to serve this punishment. Right? Whensoever ye shall call upon me, I will not hear you. For ye have defiled your hands with blood, and your feet are swift to commit manslaughter. Ye have not, as it were, forsaken me, but your own selves, saith the Lord. And this is what we don't get, man. Like, you don't want to come to the Lord? Fine. It's to your detriment. He said he left us in the hand of our own counsel. Now, your best counsel got you in your situations. Your best decision got you here. I don't mean here in this school. I mean in life. Think about your life journey and just think about all the ups and downs and the good and the bad, but think about the bad. That was your decision. That was your decision that got you in whatever predicament. So, he said it. You ain't forsaking him, man. He don't need us. Go ahead, what you got?
Jeremiah chapter 7 and verse 19.
So you're the Jeremiah guy. He's the Job guy. Right? You guys be living in certain books. Go ahead. I noticed that about you. You're a Jeremiah person.
Well, I've been digesting this book real slowly.
I see that.
I've been reading the same chapters over.
I see that.
Okay, it's Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 19.
Know those that labor amongst you.
It says, do they provoke me to anger, said the Lord? Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces?
What's that?
That's Jeremiah 7, verse 19.
Yeah, and that's what we've been doing through time, man. We think that we like us not coming to the Bible. Like, I ain't dealing with that white man's book. But nigga, that's why you got high blood pressure and diabetes, because the white man's book is telling you to not eat pork. And you think it's the white man's book, but it's not. It's your fault. It's your detriment. The Most High ain't up there with diabetes and death and destruction. He ain't up there not knowing how to pick a woman. He ain't up there with a bunch of baby mamas. Right? Yeah, I wish I ain't up there like, man, wish I could get it together. Man, I wish I would have followed. Nah, he followed. Right? What was that? Jeremiah what?
7 and 19.
A-E-R-E. Yeah, when I get a nasty one, I like the precept right on the spot. So I don't get, right? I'll read on. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
Thus saith the Almighty Power, have I not prayed you as a father his sons, as a mother her daughters, and a nurse her young babes, that ye would be my people, and I should be your power, that you would be my children, and I should be your father. I gather you together as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings. But now, what shall I do unto you? I will cast you out from my face. When you offer unto me, I will turn my face from you. Your solemn feast days, your new moons, and your circumcisions have I forsaken. That goes right with Amos 5, right? It said, I hate your feast days. I will not smell at your solemn assemblies.
Jeremiah.
No, that's Amos.
Amos 5:21.
Amos 5, 21. Yeah, 21, 22. Yeah, he said, I hate your feast days.
What you laughing at, man?
What's that?
Nicodemus be on point.
He got a good memory.
Yeah,
He got a he sells himself short.
he does.
Yes, that's right.
Man, I just
You got a
remember-
beauty.
I
Hey,
don't remember.
that's a good
all you
memory.
need.
That's all you need.
Sure is.
That's all you need to remember. I wish I had a memory like yours.
Other crap, I don't remember.
It's all biblical, my brother.
Like schoolwork, I don't remember.
Hey, it's all biblical.
Just-
Stop selling yourself
I'm
short,
this
brother.
close to being retarded, man.
Stop selling yourself short. Hey, the Most High said He used the basting of the world of the world
know it, man. That's
to confound the wise.
That's right.
So the more retarded, the better.
Right.
I'm gonna read on. You got nothing to say to that, huh? You ain't got nothing to say to that one, right? I was holding that one for you. I was holding that one for you.
I got to think on that.
First, Second Ezra chapter 1 verse 32. I sent unto you my servants and prophets, who you have taken and slain, and torn their bodies in pieces, whose blood I will require of your hand, saith the Lord. Past, present, and future prophecy right there. This is past, present, and future, man. Because as we go into the future, with the apostles, they ripped them to pieces. They stoned Stephen. They cut brothers in half, beheaded this brother. Like, they did it. You see that? Verse 33. Thus saith the Almighty Power, your house is desolate. I will cast you out as wind doeth stubble. And your children shall not be fruitful, for they have despised my commandment, and done the thing that is evil before me. Your houses will I give to the people that shall come, which not having heard of me, yet shall believe me. Woo! What that talking about?
Deuteronomy 32:21.
That sound like the Amalekites to me.
Yes, it does.
That sound like them fake Jews. That sound like them fake Jews coming into the land and believing in the Most High. They ain't even heard of the Most High. I'll read it again. Your houses will I give to a people that shall come, which not having heard of me, yet shall believe in me, to whom I have showed no signs. That's why he said a wicked and slothful generation requires a sign. Yet they shall do that I have commanded them. And we know they're not doing what the Most High commanded in righteousness, excuse me. But they are doing what the scripture said. They were going to, through our fall, pick up the wisdom and run with it and change it. That's what the Bible said they were going to do. They were going to lay open the books of the law and sought to paint their likenesses. They were going to, through their policies, cause craft to prosper. They were going to change times and ordinances. That's what the scriptures say. Daniel 7:25. Watch this. They have seen no prophets, yet they shall call their sins to remembrance and acknowledge them. I take to witness the grace of the people to come, whose little ones rejoice in gladness. And though they have not seen me with bodily eyes, yet in spirit they believe the things that I say. And now, brother, behold what glory, and see the people that cometh from the east, unto whom I will give for leaders, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Oseas, Amos, and Machias, Joel, Abadias, and Jonas, Nahum, and Abeka, which is Habakkuk, Sophonias, Aggeus, Zachariah, and Malachi, which is called also the angel of the Lord. So he started naming off. He said, I will give whom I will give for leaders. And now, brother, behold what glory, and see the people that coming from the east. Remember, Mesopotamia was east of Canaan. Abraham came from the east country and went west. And then they're just showing through, the forefathers, and then all like Nahum, Habakkuk, Jonas, Amos, Hosea, those are all what? Those are all the prophets, right? Malachi, right?
Yeah, this also goes with like what you're saying about the men that went to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Mm-hmm.
How it was men and not actual like angelic beings.
Mm-hmm.
Because right here it says that the angel, they were called the angel of the Lord.
Right, Malachi, which is called an angel of the Lord. Right, he's a messenger. But every time they say angel, don't mean it's talking about messenger. Sometimes it's talking about angels.
Okay.
Yeah, but these messengers, they brought messages. Coconut water, the natural healer. I don't learn the ways of the heathen. Don't learn. Oh, okay. Romans 11:11. Imagine. Well, food will lead you. Well, if you're, yeah, coconut water is sweet. I see. They're equating the sweet water to coconut water. Yeah, it could have been something like that. It could have been something like that. I'm thinking more like Kool-Aid. I'm thinking more like, you know, Israel loves Kool-Aid, right?
Kool-Aid's mine.
Yeah, he turned that water into Kool-Aid without the color, just the sweetness. But yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, now we're in the book of 2nd Esdras. It's about to get real dirty. You know, Ezra's 1 is a lot of history. And it goes into like the Daniels and, you know, the Persian Mede Empire. You got to know about that empire. We got to do a class on the Persian Mede Empire to get a little bit more context when we read. You know, that way we can know about Darius, Artaxerxes, Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus. It's good to know because when you 300, the movie 300 had the Persian and Mede Empire.
Iranian, Persian, you mean? Iranian or China?
Wait, say that one more time.
Which empire is it?
The Persian Mede. Oh, who are they now?
That's in Judges.
Persians is Iran.
Yeah,
Iranian,
Persians is
Yeah.
Iran.
Afghanistan, Palestinians,
yeah, but they're all mixed up in there, you know.
Eastern,
Yeah, they're all kind of mixed up in there. But we could do a little history class on the Persian Mede Empire or the Persians, the Medes. They were two different empires, but the Medes were important. That's where you get your media. They were good at that, indoctrinating the people to sway one way, to follow their laws and customs. So we could do a little history on it. It's needed. These histories are very important. These captivities. We got major captivities. We have minor captivities. Persian Mede Empire was a major captivity. Babylonian Empire was a major captivity. Egypt, major. You know, and then we were captive to everybody. They had Moab, Ammon. We were captive to everything. We had major captivities that lasted 10, 15 years. And we had some that lasted 40, 50 years. We had double captivities. The Babylonians came in twice and grabbed us up. So, very important to understand. Any questions on the reading? Anything off the reading? There was one
One question.
at the very top, like Galatians.
Would you explain to me, would you explain about the right hand of fellowship in Galatians 2:9?
Yeah, that was just talking about. It's not really nothing too deep. They were just in agreement in what they had to do. Read Galatians 2. They basically, Galatians 2, start at verse, Galatians chapter 2. Yeah, but Bernard asked this earlier. Galatians 2, read verse. Read, let's see here. Start at verse 5.
Galatians chapter 2, verse 5.
Verse 6.
Verse 6. But of these who seem to be somewhat, whatsoever they were, it maketh no matter to me.
Right.
God accepteth no man's person. For they who seem to be somewhat in conference added nothing to me.
Go ahead.
But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter.
Right, because remember, there was a dissension between Paul and Peter of whether or not to deal with the Gentiles. Right? Remember, Paul said he had to withstand Peter to his face. right? Remember, they rolled up on, was it Peter they rolled up on, and he was sitting and he got up, and it was like, oh, it's not lawful to keep company of one that's not a Jew.
Right.
But then Peter got hit with the revelation in Acts, don't call nothing common or unclean. So there was this dissension between them. So Paul on that, recollecting on that, and just showing that the same person that revealed to Peter his mission of go teach those of Israel that knew they were Israel was the same one that revealed to me to go preach to the Gentiles of Israel, which was who? It was Yahushua. Paul, why kickest thou against the pricks? Right? You gonna go do this now. Peter, lovest thou me? Yes, my Lord. Feed my sheep. You love thou me? Yes, my Lord. Feed my sheep. You gonna be the rock. Right? They had two missions, or they had the same mission, but they had two ways of going about it. Paul and Peter. Okay? Paul, he said, I was the apostle to the Gentiles and I magnify my office. Peter was the man that went to go deal with Israel that knew they were Israel. But there was a clash of ideas. Wait a minute, why are you dealing with these Gentiles, Paul? You know that's off. You know it ain't lawful. So he's saying here, like, look, it didn't matter what they were saying about me. The same person that gave me my mission gave Peter his mission. Go ahead.
For he that wrought effectually in Peter to the apostleship of the circumcision,
right,
the same was mighty in me toward the Gentiles.
Speaking of Yahushua, go ahead.
And when James, Cephas, and John,
right,
who seemed to be pillars,
right,
perceived the grace that was given unto me,
right,
they gave to me and Barnabas,
right,
the right hands of fellowship.
So all I'm saying is that now they came into this agreement that we're going to work together. This fellowship, right? 1 Corinthians 1 and 10. They speak the same thing, same mind, same judgment. That's all it was talking about. Your hands represent the work. We're going to fellowship and do the same works. Go ahead.
That we should go unto the heathen.
That we shall do what?
Go unto the heathen.
Right, we're going to go to the Gentiles and preach to the Gentiles. Remember, they weren't all in agreement at one time. The dudes that rolled with Peter, they were like, nah, we're rolling with Peter. But now they saw, wait a minute, that Paul was given the same authority that Peter was given to go preach to the Gentiles. So they say, you know what, we're going to roll with you, Paul. We get it. We get it now. When did that get opened up? When you read back in Acts, that was opened up to Peter. Remember the vision? Whose phone? Remember the vision that Peter was given? That's when that was opened up. And Peter was now understanding, wait a minute. Yeah. We got to deal with these Gentiles because they are Israelites in a Gentile state of mind, right? Cornelius, Israelite, Gentile state of mind. The centurion, right? He was a centurion from the Italian band. We had many Israelites, many Jews that were in Italy, like Aquila and Priscilla. They came from Italy, trying to avoid the taxation of Caesar. You see that? So, read on.
And they unto the circumcision.
And they unto the circumcision. So they were in agreement that we got to go everywhere. Wherever Jews are, that's where we got to go. So that's what it was talking about. That's what it was talking about. The right hand of the right hands of fellowship. That we're gonna be in agreement that we go and do this work together. 1 Corinthians 1 and verse 10, Psalms 133 and 1 down. It was just talking about them being unified and that they understood that Paul was not doing the wrong thing by going to the Gentiles, and they were going to work with Paul. No more. They used to talk bad about Paul. They used to talk. That's why he said he had to withstand Peter to the face. He had to kind of put him in check, like, bruh, this is what I'm sent to do. Right? What else we got? Hopefully that's clear. What else we got? I know that's all. That's it online. Anybody got questions in the building? I know we don't do a lot of question asking online because VA handles like the bulk. They be handling the bulk of the questions, and we do like more class. But we do a lot of questions on Fridays. I try to designate that day for brothers and sisters to ask questions here at the school. Not because we can't do it online or anything like that. That's just how we got it set up. You know, before when we were doing, when we were the only ones broadcasting, we did questions on Friday online, right? And then we got Saturday for questions also. So, I mean, y'all can feel free to ask either channel. More than likely, if you ask the same question, you're gonna get the same answer. I don't know if y'all noticed that. You're gonna get the same answer. Whatever Kazak is telling y'all, you're gonna get the same answer. Because we roll in the same mind, same judgment. So, you know, just putting that out there. The water, yeah. Godard, question, just out of curiosity, were you able to link up with the brothers out there in Montego Bay? I'm just wondering if you had a chance to stop by the school or anything like that. If I'm not mistaken, you're out in Jamaica. Just wondering if you're able to go meet brothers. Oh, that popped in my head. But yeah. Is that it? What's that?
I should ask this question. It's not a,
Whatever question you got, ask it, because it might be on somebody else's mind.
it's Deuteronomy 29.
Right?
I was gonna ask this one last week. It was on my mind. But is it 29 and 15?
Where can I read about the
Where are we?
Where can I read about the
Deuteronomy
vision?
29 and 15.
Hold on, real quick. Where can I read about the vision? Acts chapter 10. Peter's vision. Real fast. Let me just throw this one out there to her. You can read this. You can read about Peter's vision in Acts. You want the 10th chapter, and also, you want the 10th chapter. And I'll give it away right now. The Acts, the understanding of the vision is Acts 10 and verse 28. So Peter's vision is in the 10th chapter. Okay. Now I was just wondering. No biggie. I was just wondering if you got a chance to. It's the 10th chapter, and basically, I mean, you can read the whole chapter. You can read the whole chapter, but truthfully, you got to read. Yeah, you can read Acts chapter 10, the whole chapter, and it's in there. All right. That's the vision. That's what, they try to use that and say
Okay, eat pork.
it's okay to eat pork and all manner of four-footed beasts and creepy crawly things. The understanding of the vision is in Acts 10:28. What's your question, I'm one?
This is actually in Deuteronomy chapter 29
Right?
and verse 15.
Read it.
It says, "But with him that standeth here with us this day,
Right?
before the Lord our God, and also with him that is not here with us today."
Right?
So when you read Deuteronomy 1 and 1, it says he spoke to all Israel. So who's talking about with people that are not with us here this day?
Let's read up.
Almost like the ones that's going to be coming after. Like the ones that's born afterwards.
Right. Let's get a little context. Watch. Read verse 10.
Verse 10, "Ye standeth this day all of you before the Lord our God,
Right?
your captains of your tribes,
Right.
your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel.
Right?
So your little ones, your wives,
Right?
and thy stranger that is in thy camp,
Right?
from the hewer of thy wood unto the drawer of thy water."
Right. So from the drawer of the water, the hewer of the wood, those are slaves. Right?
Come.
That's captivity. Go ahead.
"That thou shouldest enter into the covenant with the Lord thy God,
Right? Go ahead.
and into his oath,
Right?
which the Lord thy God maketh with thee this day."
Right. So he made the covenant, the oath that day. Read. Here's the semicolon that's going to explain what it's talking about. Read.
"That he may establish thee today for a people unto himself,
Go ahead.
and that he may be unto thee a God,
Right?
as he has said unto thee, and as he has sworn unto thy fathers,
Go ahead.
to Abraham,
Right?
to Isaac,
Right?
and to Jacob.
Go ahead.
Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day
Right.
before the Lord our God,
Right.
and also with him that is not here with us this day.
Right. So who's he talking about?
The people, the slaves.
No. Who's he talking about? Was the covenant just for that time?
So he's saying it's throughout.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Who's that? Oh. Go ahead. Go ahead. Think about it. The covenant was a everlasting covenant. So he was saying basically, I'm making this covenant with all your generations.
Okay.
From Abraham all the way into the future. The covenant, I mean, technically, let's say this was Abraham sitting right here.
Right.
He could have said the same thing. Don't you fall under the covenant? Were you there?
Nah.
Right, that's why he covered you right here. You're not standing there, but guess what? It's for you, it's for us.
I get it.
You see that? So yeah, it was for the future generations. But when was the covenant established?
At the beginning of
The covenant was established with Abraham before this generation, way before this generation.
Yeah.
So he was showing, look, this covenant was for the ones that was here and not here. Abraham wasn't there, but it was his covenant. Isaac, Jacob, it started with them, the forefathers. Okay. That's why he named them up in the beginning. That he may establish thee today for a people unto himself, that he may be a God unto thee, a God. As he hath said unto thee, and as he has sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and Jacob. They weren't standing right there, but they were covered under the covenant. And any future generations that came from them, he was showing that they were going to be covered under the covenant. Yeah, so that's what that was going into.
So it even backs up to the slaves and all the people that weren't even Israelites.
Well,
So he made a covenant too then.
if they were with us and they were circumcised, what did the scriptures say?
That they were part of the covenant.
That they will be one is homeborn, one is born in the land. They will be like us.
Okay.
Right? So think about it. What's a good example? I mean, let's leave it like that. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. I mean,
Too hard.
yeah. If they was rolling with us, they now let's be honest and let's keep it real. The covenant, the promise was for the seed.
Right.
Right? The covenant, the promise, the inheritance, that was for the seed. That was for the lineage of the righteous line.
Okay.
But the stranger that were with us, they could live amongst us and partake in the blessings that were happening at the time. But what was the problem? Were they going to get the kingdom?
No.
No.
Just us. Okay.
This is us. So whatever servants and slaves that we had that were of another nation, they wasn't going to get the promise that Isaac got and Jacob.
Okay.
Oh no, but they would get those earthly blessings. Think about it. All Abraham's trained men, they were blessed. They lived under Abraham's roof.
Right. The blessings flowed over.
Yeah.
Right.
They were blessed. They lived under his roof.
Okay.
You know, but if they were nations, they weren't going to get the promises. The promises didn't go to the nations.
Okay.
We read that last week,
Come.
where he said the promise was for seeds, but not seeds many, but one. Right.
Okay.
Right. I got to make sure I'm clear with that because I don't want nobody to come back like, you said the nations were going to inherit the kingdom. No, sir. They are, but in a different way. They're going to inherit this plow.
But isn't that just like today, like the nations receive not the promise, but the blessings because of who they're following?
Oh, yeah. They're getting the blessings of Esau right now. The nations is living off of Esau's blessing. The sword, come on, man. All the nations is living fat because of Esau. And because of the way they got us, everyone is partaking. But yeah, think about it. Let's just think about just in America, these 400 years. The white man is living off of slavery still. He's living off of slavery where he don't got to put us in shackles, but they've trained us enough to go build their industry, and they just get to sit back, right? Put their feet up, drink their little nasty whiskey, right? Nasty scotch,
Big cigar.
smoke a big dirty cigar.
Time you get paid, you get the money right back to them.
That's what I'm saying. We've been programmed to build up their industry and spend our money with them. They get to sit back, sit back with a cigar or a pipe in their mouth, right? Put their hands in their pockets like this, walk around with a cigar hanging out, right? Or reading good books, right? Making weird noises. That's what they get to do. So all that, I'm trying to mimic old Esau,
Right.
like the real stuck-up ones, like, or, yeah, you know, I don't know. Anyway, is that it? Y'all ain't messing with me, so it's all good. What's that, Ross?
In Ecclesiasticus, where it says the prologue.
The prologue, right?
Yeah, where it says, I found a book of no small learning.
Right.
What is it like?
In the prologue, let's go there real quick. What side of the prologue? The left or the right?
On the left.
Then Jesus, the Son, middle, top, or bottom?
Like it's on page 71.
Oh. Let's see here. For in the 8th and 13th year coming into Egypt, when Ergides was king, and continuing there some time, I found a book of no small learning. Therefore I thought it most necessary to bestow some diligence and travail to interpret it, using great watchfulness and skill in that space to bring the book to an end, and set it forth for them also which in a strange country are willing to learn, being prepared before them in manners to live after the law. He's talking about Ecclesiasticus. He's talking about the book that he wrote. He said he completed it, right? So, because that's what he, being prepared before in manners to live after the law. I found a book of no small learning. Therefore I thought it most necessary for me to bestow some diligence and travail to interpret it, using great watchfulness and skill in that space to bring the book to an end. You see that? So from what it's saying, it seems like the book was not, what he found wasn't completed, and he completed it, but with no small diligence, and set it forth for them also, which in a strange country are willing to learn, being prepared before in manners to live after the law. Because even when you read Ecclesiasticus, this is one of those books like Proverbs and Psalms. It's like a book of, this is like a book of morality. When you read Ecclesiasticus, it got like all the moral, like when you read the law, right? But he gives you more understanding of what the law is saying in a lot of different aspects. Like when the scriptures talk about giving to the poor, he goes in more in depth. Yeah, give to the poor, but give to the godly poor, right? Don't give to the wicked poor, because you ain't gonna get no repayment. So it's talking about this book right here. Right. Go ahead. Is that it?
No, I have another one.
Yeah, what's that?
In chapter 1, you know how it asks questions on verse 2, 3, 6, and 7?
Right.
Why is it asking the question? Is it like for us to answer it? No, or?
Well, yeah. Raj, read Ecclesiasticus chapter 1, verse 1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 1, verse 1.
Right.
All wisdom cometh from the Most High.
Go ahead.
And is with him forever.
Right.
Who can number the sand of the sea?
Right.
And the drops of rain?
Right.
And the days of eternity?
So yeah, he posed that question because, can you do it? Can you number the drops of rain? Can you number the sand? Can you tell how many days there are in eternity? Who can? Huh? The Most High. That's why he's showing you. There's only one person that can do that. So whose wisdom should we be looking at? It's a question. It's almost like a rhetorical.
Yeah.
Where you're like, I can't do that. So do I follow my own wisdom, or do I follow the wisdom of the Most High? The Most High it is, because only he can do these things. Jump down, verse 6.
Verse 6.
Right?
To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed?
Right. So when you read verse 4, 5, right, read verse 6.
again, or
Yeah, who has the root of wisdom been revealed? Go ahead.
or who hath known her wise counsels?
Right, the root of wisdom. Who was that revealed to? Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest?
Right.
And who hath understood her great experience?
They're posed as questions for you to muse and meditate and say, wow, who do I know in my life that got deep wisdom? Right? Who do I know that really exemplifies wisdom in my life? Like, you got to put yourself in the scripture almost. It's many different thoughts you can have towards these questions. Whenever I see question marks, the first thing I do, I'm like, why is there a question there? Well, it's designed for you to think. Whenever there's a question posed to you, it's designed for you to conjure up. It's thought provoking. That's what these questions are supposed to do. They're supposed to provoke in you the thought towards the question and towards what's being written outside the questions. What was the other one that had a question mark? Right, read that.
Where?
Oh, you read verse 7 already?
Come on.
Right, unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest, and who hath understood her great experience? Supposed to sit back and say, man, do I?
But guess what? Guess what?
What?
Esau found out how many grains of sand, according to them.
Right?
So listen, Esau says it's 7 quintillion, 500 quadrillion.
See, they just made up numbers.
Hold on, not done. No, I'm done.
Yeah, they made up numbers. You know why? You know why that's garbage. You know why that's garbage? Because the ocean floor is made of sand,
Boom.
and they haven't even discovered the depths of the ocean.
They tried to include the desert sand and all that.
Ah, man, get out of here. That is garbage. That's not even a number.
God.
The Most High said if you could measure the earth, Israel will cease to exist.
And that's what they want to try to do.
And that's what they try to do. See, family hit me up. Class. Wow. You see that? So their questions posed.
They even got the got the drops of rain.
Wow.
Really? How many drops of rain?
1.5 trillion drops.
See, that's retarded. When and how? How do you even gauge that? When it rains harder than, when it rains super hard, and that rain is coming down, like the heavens really opened, but when it's sprinkling and a drizzle, a light drizzle, what are they gauging? You see my point? Yeah, they can't measure the rain. It's impossible, cuz.
Yeah, they couldn't get the days of eternity, though.
They can't measure the rain. They can't measure the sand. Listen, they can't even reach to the depths of the oceans.
Or to count the hairs on your head.
They can't count the hairs on the
Unless
head.
You have like 2 strands.
They can't
or 5
listen.
strands.
They can't change the hair on the head. They can't do it. They can't do it. So that's why he's asking these questions. Who do you know that's done it? Whose wisdom do you follow? Anytime I see a question mark, I stop and I think, why is there a question there? What is he trying to get me what is he trying to get me to recognize? What is the Most High trying to get me to think about?
It's crazy.
What thought is he trying to provoke in my head about what he's saying? Anytime I see a question mark, I always pause. Wait a minute, that's a question. And I think. So that's what that's about.
I can't believe these guys really.
Because he seeks to sit in the seat of the Most High.
Prideful as hell.
I
That's
think
crazy.
because they try to measure the distance from
The sun to the
sun to the moon
yeah,
to the
retarded.
and then all the stars. They can't count any of them.
Number the stars. Name them. The Most High, he went as far as saying, name the stars. Killed them on that.
Yeah.
They didn't say a galaxy. Sis, Cassandra, you had your hand up?
Yes, I did. I have a question about Luke 16, the 9th verse, where you were talking about respect others and get along with others.
Right.
Does that mean that we are to get along with our children that live gay lifestyles too?
Now, getting along with someone and accepting what they do is 2 different things. Now, Yeah, you are supposed to get along, meaning what? Be at peace with all men. I'm not going to provoke. Like, if your child is living a certain lifestyle and you know it, after so much giving them the scriptures and trying to convert their mind, and they're like, I ain't messing with that. What do? Well, the scriptures say after the third and fourth admonishing, what do you do to a person? You're supposed to cut them off, let them be, right? So I don't have to go out and seek contention with you, but I can be at peace with you, but that doesn't mean I'm accepting of your lifestyle. Was Abraham, because he prayed for the Sodomites, accepting of their homosexuality? Hell nah. But was he going there and banging on every African that he came across? Of course not. Remember, when he went into, what land was it? I know he went into Egypt, and he went into, we said his name the other day. Abimelech. And he told Sarah, just say you're my sister. And then Abimelech took her, and he said, surely I didn't think the fear of the Lord was in this land. But he still went. He sat there. But did he jump in that land and start blazing Abimelech? Like, y'all are off, and y'all are this. And nah, he just did what he had to do to preserve his life. And when it was shown that Abimelech moved with some level of righteousness, he was like, oh, snap. I didn't realize that y'all had any righteousness in this land. But he didn't just walk into their land and start calling them out. The Egyptians were off. They were wicked as hell. They were idol worshippers. They believed in other gods, but he went to Egypt. And what did he do? He sat there for a night. They got plagued. He took his wife and he left. He was passing through the land. But he could have went in battle mode. Remember, it wasn't just him and Sarah. He went there with all his servants and all that he had passing through the land. His servants were trained to fight war. He could have went into Egypt and destroyed Egypt if he wanted to. He was listen, Abraham was that powerful. He was that trained of a man in the arts of war. If he wanted to, man, he could have snuck up in Egypt and went to work. He could have went and destroyed Abimelech in his little land. But what did he do? He rolled through understanding what they were about, right? If it's homosexuality, if it's weed smoke, if it's this, if it's that. You know, I got a lot of family that smokes the ganj. They love that ganja. A lot of family that smokes. The weed, yeah. They smoke the devil's lettuce.
The devil's lettuce.
Right? And I know it, but I'm not, as soon as I get on the phone with them, like, listen, man, you got to put the weed down. You off. I rap to them. I'm talking to them. I'm like, man, yeah, what's going on? How you feeling? Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. And if we get to that conversation, then I'll put I'll throw my hat into that convo if they want to have that convo. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not going to just, I already know what they're about. So if you know your family is on a certain level of filth, if they're homosexuals, if they weed smoking, you got a choice. Stay away from them. But you don't have to seek contention with them. Yeah. You see that? The scriptures say, we read it. It was Luke. He said, make friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. The mammon of unrighteousness. So you're gonna have people around, right, that are unrighteous, but they are gonna have things that you need. I'll make it real easy. Esau is the most unrighteous man on this earth, and everything we get from him. As far as material things. When we go to Tandy's Leather and we get all the little nice leather for the headbands and armbands, we got to go step up, see the little old white man, right? We be nice to him. The sisters go in there, hey, sir, how you doing? Good to see you. And you know what he does? He gives them a discount sometimes. I mean, just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, that white man could be the most vilest, homosexual, pedophile man in the world, but we don't walk in Tandy's like, you a heathen, you off. Nah, we accept and understand that this guy can be the filth of the earth. We know it. He probably knows it. They don't need to call it out or make a big show of it. Just go about your business and keep it moving. We don't got to sit around with the filthy people. You don't got to sit around with your children or friends that are doing the unrighteousness. You see that? So there is a difference between keeping peace and accepting. Just because I keep peace with you don't mean I accept your lifestyle. Again, Abraham prayed for the Sodomites. Did he accept sodomy? No, he wasn't down with that. Abraham was a righteous man. So, I mean, you get that, sis? They did not make it. Right, what else? That it? You good? All right. If that's it, let's close it out with the prayers. Right? Rise and face.
Only from the top. Hey. Go. Alright. Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Wahala Ayim.
Wahala Ayim.
Shamar Al.
Shamar Al.
Salakia La Shamar Al.
Shamar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Hagun.
Magun.
Hagun.
Hagun.
Wa.
Wa.
Aishad.
Aishad.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Gum.
Gum.
Shalak.
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 Al Nawa.
Al Nawa.
Rab.
Rab.
Chachama.
Chachama.
Rab.
Rab.
Da'ai.
Da'ai.
Rab.
Rab.
Bayanab.
Bayanab.
Rab.
Rab.
Salabah.
Salabah.
Rab.
Rab.
Amawan. Rab.
Rab.
Achawat.
Achawath.
Wa.
Wa.
Rab.
Rab.
Ahab.
Ahab.
Rachab.
Rachab.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Wa.
Wa.
Salak.
Salak.
Kol.
Kol.
Nawa.
Kol Nawa.
Chatayim.
Chatayim.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Ba'ab.
Ba'ab.
Ma'aryal.
Ma'aryal.
Atab.
Atab.
Ba'atab.
Ba'atab.
Nawa.
Nawa.
Hope.
Hope.
Bamyad.
Bamyad.
Wad. La'ayolanium.
La'ayolanium. Aman.
Yeah, I missed
Tawab. Tawab job. Translate that.
Translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please send to us right now Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
We got an announcement after prayers. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, sir. Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Talanoah.
Hawarah.
And that's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Talanoah. Award. Bara'ah.
Blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Talanoah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Talanoah. Shaman. Zayat. Mamashat. Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if anybody wants to get anointed, we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalm chapter 92, It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh, how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
That day shall be destroyed forever.
Shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
below thy enemies.
below thy enemies
Shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity
Shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn
Shalt thou exalt.
shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire and mine enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against
The
me.
righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and
To
flourishing.
show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Wada.
The water
Yah.
of Yah.
Aman.
Aman.
This is Psalms chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Malawad.
Malawad.
Gadawad.
Gadawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Mama.
Mama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akyum.
Akyum.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Chashaman.
Chashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Al.
Al.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al.
Al.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayrad.
Shayrad.
Apayah.
Apayah.
Madawathwa.
Madawathwa.
Katol.
Katol.
Paramwan.
Paramwan.
Shayrad.
Shayrad.
Al Harayah.
Al Harayah.
Tazaya 1.
Tazaya 1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawab.
Tazawab.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
At. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Aid.
Aid.
Aiwalam.
Aiwalam.
Aman.
Amen.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. By Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai. The water?
The water.
The Yah?
The Yah.
Aman?
Aman.
The circle up. And real quick, somebody read for me. Just a reminder to brothers. Somebody read me 1 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 1.
First Timothy.
Just a reminder of what it is our mission is and what we're trying to build in brothers. And the standard that we need to try to uphold on a day in, day out, lively 360 days a year. I'm saying 360. 360 day a year basis. All right, read that real quick.
1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1.
Right?
This is a true saying. If a man desire office of a bishop,
Right?
he desireth the good work.
Mm-hmm.
A bishop then must be blameless,
Mm-hmm.
a husband of one wife, vigilant,
Mm-hmm.
sober,
Mm-hmm.
of good behavior, given to hospitality, apt to teach, not given to wine, no striker, not greedy of filthy lucre, but patient, not a brawler, not covetous, one that ruleth well his own house, having his children in subjection with all gravity. For if a man know not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of the Most High?
Go ahead.
Not a novice, lest being lifted up with pride, he fall into condemnation of the devil.
Read verse 8. Read verse 7.
Moreover, he must have a good report of them which are without, lest he fall into reproach and the snare of the devil.
Right. That's the mission. That's the standard that, listen, even sisters, we know you're not trying to be bishops and pastors, but there is a bishop standard that the sisters have to try to be guided by and live under. And how do we attain that? Go to 1 Timothy 4 and verse 12.
1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 12.
Right?
Let no man despise thy youth, but be thou an example,
right,
of the believers.
So it doesn't matter your youth, your age in age or in the spirit. You can be an example. You can be a leader. You can be a person that upholds the standard and is guided by the standard. Go ahead.
In word,
right?
In conversation.
It's what you read. It's your conversation. It's what you speak. Go ahead.
In charity.
Right.
In spirit.
Right.
In faith.
Right.
In purity.
Go 13.
Till I come, give attendance.
Right.
To reading.
And it's about how much do I attend to the scriptures, reading, learning, growing. Right on.
To exhortation. To doctrine.
Right.
Neglect not the gift that is in thee.
Right. Then neglect not the gifts that are in us. We all got gifts and talents. So, a lot of brothers been taking their tests, studying, passing. And I just want to remind the brothers that have been taking tests, soldiers, officers, you're not taking the test just to take the test. You're taking the test and telling the Most High that you're trying to follow 1 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 1. So, with that song, how long you been around, Song? A year?
A little over a year.
Step to the middle. So, Song been around, what, about a year and a few months? Song took his tests, his soldier's test. He studied. He dedicated his time, amongst other things. He, Song's a good brother. Song got to do a little bit more studying, and, we try to push and make sure that brothers are on the right path. But you got to, and this is for all the brothers, even my own son, y'all got to make sure that 1 Timothy 4 and 12 is in your mind. You got to make sure that 1 Timothy 3 and verse 1, you're doing the tests and all the different things that we do, you're doing it for that purpose and for no other purpose. All right, so we'll salute Song in. Again, go to Luke. Let's go to Luke 12. We always go here just to remind brothers that taking the test is not a light matter. Taking the test, you're telling the Most High that you're ready to step up. Go to Luke 12:47. Go to Judith 8:24. Also, read that.
Luke chapter 12, verse 47.
Right.
And that servant which knew his Lord's will,
right,
and prepared not himself,
right,
neither did according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes.
Right, and the whole point of what we're doing is to prepare ourselves. That way, when the time comes, we have no excuse. Go ahead.
But he that knew not and did commit things worthy of stripes,
right,
shall be beaten with few stripes.
Go ahead.
For unto whomsoever much is given.
And this is what we all got to remember, that as we rank up, a lot of brothers is ranking up. The more rank you get, that's not the okay to sit back and just wait for things to be handed. The mind in you should be, how do I exemplify my soldierhood or my officership? If you're an officer, if you're a soldier, you should be thinking not a soldier level, but now if I'm a soldier, I should be thinking on the officer's level or pushing towards the officer's level. If I'm a trooper or a member, I should be thinking on a soldier level without the test, without a piece of paper. That's a formality. Our minds should be already in that place. Go ahead.
Of him shall be much required.
Right. There's going to be much required. Go to Judith 8:25.
Judas chapter 8, verse 25.
And another reminder of what it is we agree to take on.
24.
8:24, right? When we take these tests, the test is just, it's a piece of paper, but it's a spiritual piece of paper.
Yeah.
You agree in the spirit that you're bound to the sanctuary and that you're bound to this duty. So we can't renege, we can't put our hand to the plow and look back. We got brothers, we got Mustafa, he took his test, he passed. I'm a one. Song, Yashikar, what other soldiers took their test? And we got other brothers that got the test and they're studying it to be in the same position. So y'all got to see what's going on here. The Most High is opening up the floodgates. You got to be ready to swim. Read.
Judas chapter 8, verse 24. Now therefore, O brethren, let us show an example to our brethren.
Right.
Because their hearts depend upon us.
And this is what we got to understand. The hearts of the people outside these walls depend on us. Go ahead.
And the sanctuary.
And the sanctuary. The ones inside depend on us. Go ahead.
And the house.
Go ahead.
And the altar.
Right. It all rests upon our shoulders. The ones that are taking the steps, the strides, it rests on us. Read.
Rest upon us. Moreover, let us give thanks unto the Lord our God.
Right.
Which trieth us.
He does what?
Which trieth us.
There's always going to be trials and tribulations, but what are you doing to set yourself up to beat those trials? Well, he said it in 1 Timothy 4:12. Let no man despise thy youth, but give attendance to reading and doctrine. Go ahead.
Even as he did our fathers.
Right. Right, that's it on that. So, go ahead, salute him in.
Saluting out. Trooper song. Saluting in. Soldier song. Men of Ezra. Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shim Yahushai Rakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakatham.
Kudasrala.
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 Kudasrala. Get him a tie. Let's give him some love.
I thought you went first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good job, my brother.
We didn't get it. Yeah. Yeah. Song got to get a Hebrew name. We're working on it. I got to confer. Got to confer with the brethren. Yes, sir. Good job, brother. Good job. Let's circle up real quick. Let's salute each other, and then let's salute everybody online and the sisters. All right. So I mean, we listen. Again, we put it online for y'all to see, man, that there are brothers that are striving and fighting, and they do the same thing that y'all are doing, and they're dedicating to try to elevate themselves. So we do it not to shame anybody, not to put nobody down, not to make nobody feel bad, but it should be a motivation. The scriptures say covet the best gifts. So yeah, you should be having that godly jealousy that, man, I need to push forward. I need to push more. All right. So yeah. Yeah, everybody's telling you congrats. Nice. All right. So call it.
Manifest my mouth. Hurrah!
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Rakatah. Kudasrala. Kudasrala. Kudasrala.
And what's that? Let's turn and face the sistren. Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Manifest my magic. Hurrah!
Yahweh Shemaladan, Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shemaladan, Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Yadimata. Dismiss. Let's salute everybody online.
Shalom.
Shalom. We'll see y'all back here. We'll see y'all back here on Monday.
Way to get on that.
Oh, yeah.
Look. Take the whole thing into the back. No.
No, the paper.
Christ. I want you to take the whole thing in the back and not make.
Six chill, fool, for real, for real.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't cry crowd me up? Who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up.